My wife, my wife gonna do my locks while we up here. My wife about to do my locks while I'm up here. But come on in, tap like. Somebody said hi.
Hello. Hello.
I don't know why she talked like that either.
Me?
I'm playing. And nobody said that.
Why you do that?
I'm playing. Cause you like, hello. Hello. Keep tapping like, y'all. When we get to 2K likes, I'm gonna let people up here. Come on in. Today's question: can brothers and sisters find love in an interracial relationship? Is it self-hatred? Is it harmful? Is it beneficial? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. You know I'm the pioneer on this conversation. We've been having this conversation on this app for over a year now. Many creators that I've collaborated with have started to have similar conversations. But let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? No bait. We're not baiting anybody that don't want to have a discussion. Y'all can come up and talk if you want to talk. We don't argue. Anything is possible. Can I jump to the moon? Anything is possible. Anything at all is possible. Are you sure? I can jump to the moon. I can literally just practice jumping, and then I can. You think I can touch the moon? Wow. Wow. How far away is the moon? It's an astronomical unit, right? It's like 3 months in space. You think I can jump that high? Wow. That's amazing. Someone said anything is possible. Someone said anything is possible. No, you said it. I'm not moving the goalpost. You said anything is possible. I said, can I jump to the moon? And you said yes. That's not me moving the goalposts. When someone asks a question about a specific topic, a specific area of conversation, and then it's an astronomical amount, not an astro. Okay, all right. I think an astronomical unit is the distance between Earth and the Sun, or is it the Moon and the Earth? I forget. But when someone asks a specific question, and your answer to that question is anything, always, never, or anything like that, fortunately, my friend, you have diluted the conversation. You have changed the conversation to being about whether anything is possible. Anything is possible. It's just standard measurements in a crazy big amount. I don't know what you mean by that. There is such thing as an astronomical unit. I'm not sure if it's the measure between the Earth and the Sun or the measure between the Earth and the Moon. That's the question I'm asking. Look up what an astronomical unit is. Why does it have to be about black people? Are you a black person asking this? Why would it be about anyone else? What I look like to you? Should I be talking about another group of people? I'm confused. Please stop talking about the idiot saying you can jump to the moon. Hey, be nice in the comments, man. Be nice down there. You didn't have to call anyone that. That's not nice. No name calling, please. Don't be like that. No name calling. We don't want to talk about any name calling. No isms or phobias. What is your opinion, Maddie? You so pressed about asking me my own question. I know the answer to me. I want to know your answer. What do you think? Ooh, Maddie got a temper. I don't know, Maddie. You called me a boy. I don't know. It's not giving camaraderie vibes. I don't know. You called me a boy. Yeah, I don't know. My wife said I should block you. I don't know, Maddie. Sounds like you're the only one with rage. You can go to the block party. Bye bye, Maddie. Maddie goes to the block party. Why call me a boy? Like, what do you get out of that other than putting me down? You know what I'm saying? No name calling on my lives, please. No name calling. Let's be civil, y'all. People are people. You know what, Gabe? I actually agree with that. I agree with that. And you know what else? You know what else? Fish are fish. Do you agree with that, Gabe? Do you agree that fish are fish? Yes. All right. Me and Gabe are in agreement that people are people and fish are fish. What are fish people, Gabe? Are fish people the product of interracial relationships? What are fish people, Gabe? Yes. Okay. So fish people are fish people. Love is love. Oh, really? Really? Love is love. What else would it be? What else would it be? We have some very high IQ individuals in the comments today. We learned that people are people, fish are fish, and love is love. We also learned that people can jump to the moon because anything is possible. We learned what an astronomical unit is. Today's episode of Sesame Street is brought to you by. So, does anyone want to come up here and talk? Or are we just going to keep saying things are what things are? Are we just going to keep doing that? Phones are phones. Cars are cars. Love is love. IR is interracial. IR is interracial. Some of you are not good with context clues. Look at what is going on above you. Let's think about this. Let's use the pictures up above. Maybe find the context of the question. Okay. I'm telling you, man, a lot of people underrate TikTok. You know, but I think there's a certain level of genius in the comments. You know, why so you why so you talk about thing unrelated to IR? You are extremely disorganized and can't stay on topic. Why you so talk like this in my comments section? You so have bad grammar. Why you no use correct English in my comments? Oh my God, I hate watching this show. I watch everything, so I relate. I could absolutely. I don't. I don't watch the show, but I feel you, Kid Critic. I feel you, man. I feel you. I am a genius tested IQ of 161. I think you added an extra one at the end. The only black couple is the one that continues to work by your. Hey, man. Hey, man. All right now. All right now. Kid Critic started preaching down there. All right now. Oh, I'm sure I would, Kid Critic. I'm sure I would. That's why I stay away from that type of stuff. Listen, but I still watch it because we got to remember not to, to just be conscious. You know what I'm saying? Awareness just means you know what's going on. It don't mean you bury your head in the sand. So me and my wife, we still watch some of these problematic shows. We watch them on the internet if we can, but you could keep up with the new thing that's going on. Malcolm X, a quote from Malcolm X, he said, oppression is like Cadillacs. A new version come out every year. That's what Malcolm X said. So we got to keep up to date with the new version of oppression, the new tactics of oppression. What is IR relationship? I'm gonna really need y'all to use context clues in the picture up above and try to figure it out. What do you think IR means? What sound does the I make? Eh? What sound does the R make? Ruh, relationships. Era, and then um we got a picture of some sisters up here holding hands and touching noses with somebody that could have owned them as slaves 130 years ago. 100, well, nah, a little bit longer than that. 160 years ago. Willfully obtuse people. Yes, we've had a lot of those in the comments today. We've had a lot of those in the comments today. If you season your chicken, please tap like. If you know the smell of blue magic, hair grease, and a hot comb, please tap like. Please tap like. Know what I'm saying? If your macaroni and cheese can be cut with a knife, please tap like. Share the live. If you can cut macaroni and cheese with a knife, I need y'all to tap like. If you are Trinidadian and you know what shrimp roti can do to a person's soul, please tap like. If you are a black woman that wears a bonnet to bed, if you wear a bonnet to bed, we need you to tap like, sister. Do you know how many black women get unalived by black men? Do you know uh Ayla J? Do you know how many black women have been unalived by white tea men? If you did, you wouldn't be asking that question. If you did, you would know there's no comparison. And I would even say the black men that do unalive black women, appreciate you, Kid Critic. The black men that do unalive black women have been taught to see black women with a form of self-hatred because of those white tea men. And they only act as a conduit on behalf of their oppressor. So at the end of the day, they have been convinced that self-destruction is something conducive to them feeling power over someone else. Why? Because of the powerlessness in the situation he has found himself in the context of racism, white supremacy. My oh my. How did black men treat black women before racism, white supremacy? Accountability comes on a personal level. If you know a black man that has done something to a black woman, I suggest you hold that individual accountable. Let's do that. It's called personal accountability. It's called personal responsibility. Let's keep it personal. Let's not attribute poor behavior to an entire demographic. Let's not do that unless that demographic has something to gain by that poor behavior. For example, white tea people have something to gain by oppressing black people. That is when we hold the group accountable. See how that works?
That's a shame. You gotta make it a child show.
I really do. Welcome to Sesame Street, y'all. Welcome to Sesame Street. This is Teletubbies and Friends. We just gonna just keep it real simple today. This is because I don't got time for y'all playing with me. Playing on my phone, D. They playing on my phone. We gonna keep it real kindergarten today. Cause somebody talking about love is love, people are people. Do you know how many black men are unalive? You know who black men are unalive more than black women? Black men. Go figure. Does that mean I'm the biggest threat to myself when I look in the mirror? Come on now. You sound ridiculous. That don't make no sense. I shouldn't be in a relationship with myself because black men unalive black men. This don't make no sense. The black woman is who I see when I look in the mirror. I was born from a black woman. Shout out to black mothers. Shout out to the black sisters that hold it down for our people while black men have been mass incarcerated and unalived. Shout out to the black mothers raising their black sons. And even if the son ain't their son, even if it's not a child of your womb, the black mother will take you in. Oh my goodness, I love black women. I'm sitting here, got a black woman twisting my hair. You know I ain't gonna talk crazy right now. My hair be tight. Should y'all be seeing my scalp? Are you all right with White Tea donating to your B1 project? Oh, money don't got no. Go ahead, yeah. Drop as much. Go ahead, drop your White Tea dollars. Go ahead. Money is green. Last I checked. Go ahead and yeah, donate to your heart's content. We ain't mad at you. It ain't D. It ain't. I hear you. It ain't reparations only cause it's on a personal basis. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? If y'all feel guilty, go ahead. Go ahead. We are a nonprofit 501c3. Go ahead. The Cash App, I updated the Cash App. Cash App playing with me right now. They said I had to upgrade it to a nonprofit account. So I gotta give y'all a new Cash App, but y'all go ahead, man. Bring down Babylon. Okay, Sway. If you want to come up, because no one else has. Nobody else want to answer the questions. Nobody else want to answer the questions. I like your content a lot. No, I like your content. I learn a lot. Just don't think it's right taking free knowledge. Okay. Well, if you're a white tea person, I think you are. That knowledge ain't for you. But if you can do something with it in your community, by all means, you can do something with your people. You know, oh, Sway, what's going on? Give us your age, race, and pronouns.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how you doing, bro?
Peace. What's going on? Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Uh, age, I'm 24. Race, Nigerian. And him.
All right. Nigerian is a country. We're
Yeah,
gonna assume you're black. So what's going on, brother?
yeah, yeah. I mean, I've been on a panel before. I've already answered this, but yeah, I'm, yeah, I'm not like divesting or anything. I'm looking for a black woman to be my bride because I'm single right now, and that's how it's been. That's how it's always gonna be. So. But I do have some questions that are not
Mhm.
related to this topic that I want to ask you. I don't know if that's okay or not.
All right. Yeah. Go ahead. Talk to us.
Okay, so I seen your recent video about Kendrick Lamar and how you basically said because he was a capitalist, it wasn't truly for us, I guess.
I
And
Yeah.
I,
You're paraphrasing, but go ahead.
I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah. It's not a direct quote. I didn't say that.
Okay, okay. So I guess maybe I didn't fully understand it.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess my rebuttal to that would be that, like, I mean, to to do what he just did, I guess because
What did he
in
do?
the climate that we are right now, I guess you have no choice than to be a capitalist because that's the system we're in, and there's no alternative.
That's not true. Do you know what a capitalist is?
Yeah, someone that's out for profit
No.
over.
A capitalist is a willing participant in thriving in a capitalist environment. Someone that has chose to align their morality, their actions and values with the values of a capitalist system, meaning that they not only chose to participate, but to perpetuate. You know what I'm saying? They've actually gone the extra step. A capitalist is someone that says money before anything else. Like, don't talk to me unless you're talking money. Us participating in capitalism as a means for survival is not the same thing as someone participating in capitalism out of greed in order to get rich. Do you understand? There's a difference between people that hoard wealth and people that utilize wealth.
Yeah, I understand. I get your explanation. Um, okay. So if we took that same logic and apply it to someone like DMX, who I guess we can say is not a capitalist, right?
He was a capitalist.
He was.
Yeah.
Okay, who can we use as an example in the culture that wasn't necessarily a capitalist?
Malcolm X.
Okay. Okay. So all the artists are basically capitalists.
No, no. I mean, you said use an example. That doesn't mean everyone else is not a capitalist. I mean,
Okay,
just
I'm,
because
I'm
I mentioned
using
Malcolm X don't mean everybody he was the only one. Like, you said use an example. That was the first person that came to mind.
no, I meant in the industry. Is like in
Oh, the
the
music industry? They're
yeah.
all capitalists.
Okay, okay. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of the impact that Kendrick has now, would you say he would have achieved that same level of impact without being a capitalist? I mean, take the
No.
respect that he has. Don't you think that is attached to the amount of wealth that he was able to accumulate to gain black people's respect for him?
Oh, okay. So, all right. So you're right. You're right. Um, he wouldn't have the platform he has if he were not a capitalist.
Right.
Um, and the only way most black people have learned to consume black culture is when white people discover it. So, Bob Marley, for example, his wife is quoted saying that Bob Marley was disappointed that when he came to the Americas, most of his crowds, the people in the audience listening to his music, was white tea people. It wasn't his own people. Even Afrobeat, from Nigeria, Nigerian artists. The only reason Black Americans know about Burna Boy and certain artists is because they were listened to by white tea Americans first. So to say that you know um, being a capitalist is necessary for him to reach white audiences, I mean black audiences, is basically, it's still problematic, but that is the way that things work, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Bob Marley was very much an African. I don't know what you're talking about. Someone said Bob Marley was not African. Don't tell his family that.
Okay. So since that's the way things are, can you still knock him for being that? I mean, ideally, we wouldn't want it to be that way, but since that's how it is, I,
Well, no, he could use he could have his platform and not reach many people, but still reach who he meant to reach, and then he would still have his soul. But you can't sell your soul and then the still claim to have the best interest of a group of people that are oppressed.
hmm,
So at the end of the day, he did sell his soul, and it's okay to use the tools in your environment to uplift your people. But Kendrick Lamar has not uplifted his people in ways that are constructive. Making music is like the bare minimum. Making music that is uplifting of black people is the bare minimum. Like, we shouldn't even be looking to Kendrick Lamar as a leader. Number one, he's an entertainer paid by white record labels. But at the end of the day, it's just still problematic to say that someone that is a traitor on paper with your oppressor is absolved of that treachery just because they make nice songs that we like. It's unfortunate, but you know
okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right. So my other question is, so I think you're aware of the color situation with Tyler and how the color system is in South Africa.
yeah.
So my question is, would you prefer that to be the same kind of system adopted here in the United States as they do have in South Africa?
How has it worked for South Africans? Are they is Tyler, is she in a more liberated country because of it? Like, have black people been more freed because there's been a colored race in South Africa? Has it helped liberate them?
No, it hasn't.
Okay,
Um,
so why would I want that?
I'm asking because
No, I wasn't. That sounded more. That sounded more malicious than I meant it to sound. I meant, why would any of us want that? You know what I'm saying? I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that to sound as my tone. I didn't like just now. But yeah. So
it's okay.
yeah.
I understand. I guess what the reason I'm asking is because I see the way it is here in the States as compared to say South Africa and how wait well is it colorism or is that the word that I should use?
Yeah,
But like
colorism.
yeah, just how it is here in the States that light skinned people and dark skinned people have this friction and I don't know, it's just something I thought of that would that benefit that separation benefit here or Would it like be more?
Let me tell you. Let me speak to the origins of why it exists in South Africa and why it doesn't exist here. So when the oppressor is outnumbered, I'm getting my hair twisted, but when the oppressor is outnumbered in a country like South Africa, where they're in Africa, so most of everyone is the oppressed. The colonizer needs to divide and conquer. That's always been their tactic. So what they chose to do was to our word some of the native or indigenous women of that land, and then say that the children that they had with those women were not quite the same as black people and maybe treat them a little bit better. So that way they can use those people as a buffer class between the oppressed and the oppressor because they need a buffer class. They need as many people on their side as they can get. So if I can literally create a buffer class with my dingaling, then that would be in their best interest. You know, that would be in quote unquote my best interest in this scenario if I were a colonizer. So that is why they have that buffer class in South Africa because the Europeans went to Africa and they was outnumbered. So they said, we'll have the colored people who will treat a little bit better than the indigenous Africans and or the monoracial indigenous Africans. And now that I have this buffer class, they'll protect me because they'll feel like the oppressed is not part of them. They won't all come together. Here in America, the black people, the oppressed, are not the majority. We're the minority. So it's the opposite here. Here, we had a thing called blue vein societies. You can look it up. After the institution of slavery had collapsed, there were black people that had biracial origins, and they wanted to exclude themselves from the oppressed class. So what did they do? They said, if I can see your veins, if I can see the veins in your through your skin, then you're part of the blue vein society. And they actually petitioned the government to get a third class or a new class categorization for their people. It didn't work because the oppressors said, "The hell I need y'all for? I don't need y'all. Y'all don't outnumber us." And they got harshly rejected and sent back to black. So that is why here in America, we have black and white, even if you're biracial. And in South Africa, there's a buffer class because they needed a wall of people to defend themselves. And that is why it's an imperative that we remain united so that we continue to have the numbers against our oppressor here in the United States.
Okay, yeah, that makes total sense.
Mhm. And the scholar that I'm speaking of that really broke this down very well is a South African. His name is Steve Biko, and I forget the name of his book, but you can look up Steve Biko, Biko. There's a movie
Cool,
about him, played by Denzel Washington too.
nice. Okay.
Mhm.
My last question is is a reference from one of your videos where I don't know if it was a video though, but I think you spoke about it on live, and I guess I was just listening. Where you said being called African American irks you. It's like you have an issue with it. So I guess the question is, what would you rather be described as a people?
I don't recall ever saying that. You might have been talking about somebody else. African American is an ethnicity. I do prefer my race to be African, because that's just the truth. You know, that's
Yeah,
who my people are.
yeah, I
So
agree with
I
you.
prefer to be an African in America. If we're going to be specific, but African American itself is just an ethnicity like Kikuyu or Yoruba, like Akan,
Yeah,
like the Akan people. we're a ethnicity of many different tribes. So you have African Americans that are Louisiana Creole. You have some that are, from the West Coast, the East Coast, Gullah Geechee. We have different, you know, smaller ethnic groups within our ethnicity. But yeah, I prefer the term African is my race and African American is my ethnicity. But I don't claim American citizenship proudly as a part of my identity, of course, because to this day we're still not treated as citizens.
I'm sorry. Say that part again. I didn't quite understand.
We're still not treated as full citizens
No, no.
in
You
the
said you don't quite claim it as your race or something like that.
I don't claim American proudly as my identity,
Right. Right. Okay.
because we're not treated as Americans. And America is not a choice that we made to identify with. Everyone else in the United States, even the indigenous Americans, at some point in their ancestry, their ancestors decided to come to the continental U.S. Or if they're in Hawaii, then they're out there. But at no point in our history did anyone choose to come to this part of the world. Um,
Gotcha.
you know, and I'm talking about in my people's history. Now, understand that there were Black Africans that came to the United States before Columbus, and that's a different discussion. But when I'm talking about my specific ethnic group, we did not choose to come to it. We didn't stand on the shores of Africa with resumes in our hand. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. How about black? Any reservation?
You say what?
How about being called black?
Being Black is a political term. So that's a political term. It's a term meant to empower and organize us.
Okay.
Appreciate you, Wana Mama. But yeah, so Black is a political term. It speaks to our objective as a people to unite and liberate ourselves. But also, it has deeper roots in history. But Black will tell you how you look, it don't tell you who you are. I'm an African.
Okay. So if you want to describe yourself now, being African is cool. You've already established that, but you're not okay with the American part. So
Yeah.
how about yourself then?
Yeah, I don't know what that was, but yeah, the American part is problematic because when they wrote the American Constitution, they said all men were created equal, but my forefathers were in chains. So were they not men? No, they weren't. They were considered property. They were considered non-humans. So why would I claim a country that doesn't see me as human legally and in the Constitution that created this country? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You've answered my questions.
All right. Glad I could do that. Appreciate you coming up, brother.
Thank you.
Return to sender. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
I'm 40 something. I'm black. She, her.
All right. Thank you.
Um,
Talk to us.
I wanted to respond to the topic on the screen. Can black people find love in relationships? I
In
want
interracial relationships.
it. Oh, okay. I thought I thought it said in relationships. Um,
I mean, we can talk about that too, but it's a very nuanced understanding of love in that context, and I wouldn't fault anyone for not understanding.
well, I think in interracial relationships, it's it can be problematic. It's not something. It can happen, but it's not easy. Um,
What is your definition of love?
it's two people who care about each other, who love each other.
Hmm. Do you think I can love you and hate people that look like you? You think I
No.
could love you and hate your family?
I mean, family, but hate people that look like me in general? No, I don't think that can happen. No.
Hmm. Interesting.
Because that's me too. You know, I don't, that's, I mean, I guess you can personally love that one person, but at the same time, I think there has to be love for not just that person, but their culture and everything put together. It can't be just one. So let's say I'm black and I'm with a white man. I can't say that I hate white people because, you know, that's, I'm with a white person. I would like to know their culture and what they're doing and find the positive parts of them instead of looking at the negative parts. I think that's what it
Uh-huh.
takes. I mean, even a white man that's with a black woman, he should be looking at her culture and taking the positive thing.
Oh no. Mm-mm. I I gotta. I mean, I hear you, but we don't want them in our culture. Our culture was created to be kept away from them. A lot of us don't even know that. You know, our culture was created behind their backs on plantations. Our culture was created to be something to humanize us in spaces where we were deemed inhuman. So, that's like somebody give you a black eye and you wear a band-aid on your face, and then that person says, "Hey, you know what? That's a really cool part of your culture." And then they start wearing a band-aid on your face after they already done gave you a black eye, and you wearing the band-aid for a reason. So they can mimic our culture, but they don't know the ingredients. The ingredients is oppression from them. So, you know, I just find it problematic when we try to share our culture with them because, our ancestors turning in their grave, you know.
I have to say, when you put it like that, I have to agree.
Do you know um uh what I forgot how to say hello in that. But do you know of the language African Americans spoke behind their enslavers' backs? Are you
No,
familiar?
I'm not familiar.
I can't even tell you on here because I know the name of the language, but it's literally something that was meant to be kept a secret. And I would even DM it to you before I would say it on here, because we're in mixed company. But um, understanding that language, and Maya Angelou actually spoke it, but understanding that language helps you understand how rich our culture is and why it was literally formulated, meant to protect us and to be gate kept from them. It was supposed to be a secret from them that we even had culture. And so now we sell it to them because they're interested. Because it's always been problematic for them. If we started to come together and have a whole culture, we could start making plans and try to escape. So they tried to make sure we had no culture, but we made that culture anyway. And that's where it's problematic. They want to know what we're talking about. They want to know what we're going on, so they can keep tabs and oversee. And that's why they'll pay Kendrick Lamar millions of dollars to give away our culture secrets. That's why you see Vlad TV and certain news outlets decoding and explaining our culture to a majority white audience. You know. UrbanDictionary.com. Look up that, like, they're breaking down words that we would use so that they wouldn't understand what we're saying. That's where our African American English comes from. That's why we got words like "I'm lit" and "on fleek." Like all these words, we keep updating it because we try to come up with words they don't understand what it means, and they keep co-opting it because Of course they're interested in it. They want to make sure we can't say something that they don't know what we're talking about.
Oh, that's interesting.
Hmm.
Um, I have to say I agree because I think it's very funny when a lot of them use it in the wrong way because they don't know what they're saying
Hmm.
because maybe somebody defined it to them in the wrong way and they believe that.
Yeah, their culture is making sure that us black men and black women choosing each other is like looked down on. Like, if I came up here and said black men need to be with black women and black women need to be with black men, then I would get a lot of comments down there saying love is love. What are you talking about? Because that was another. It used to be illegal for us to get married. A lot of people don't even understand that. That's why we jumped the broom. It was illegal for us to get married, y'all. We're the only people in the United States who it was once illegal for us to get married. And then they gave us Loving versus Virginia without spitting on us, hosing us down, and dogs biting at us. They just decided one day, you know what? Yeah, we're going to give y'all interracial marriage. How you like that? We ain't even asked for it.
Um, I
Mm,
think there's a reality that's come to YT people that survival for their children means mixing. Um,
yeah,
and
because,
so
go ahead.
I think that's why you've seen mixing being really advertised out here a lot because they realize, I don't know what's going on with the climate or global warming, but there's something going on where they realize we're going to have to mix if we want to survive.
Yeah, race is an unnatural construct. The natural state of humanity is black. For two-thirds of human history, everybody lived in the continent of Africa. So, you know, this construct of race where people are narrowing down their phenotype and just getting more and more recessive traits eventually will lead to disformity. I'm sorry, deformity, and eventually, of course, what do they call it when you infertility? Their fertility rates start to drop because they don't have the fresh gene pool that comes out of Africa. Every day, every hour in Africa, a new DNA strand that never existed is created from a black woman with the Eve gene. They don't have the Eve gene because their uh, DNA is so recessive that they don't even have the Eve gene. So in order for them to continue down this path, for another 1,000 years, they're going to have to tap into a pool that has access to those genes, those fresh DNA traits. So that's the issue. It's unnatural. Race shouldn't exist. We should all just be mixing, and we'd all probably have brown skin, or at least African phenotypes like wide nose, certain things, depending on where you live.
Well, now you said two different things here. I thought you were against interracial relationships, but now you're saying that we should all mix.
No, no,
To
no.
me,
I
it's
said,
healthy.
wait. No, no. No, no. See, I said that interracial. All right, let me explain it this way: interracial relationships and the construct of race is unnatural. There should be no construct of race. There should be no such thing as race. If I tell you I'm black, you should be like, "What do you mean your hair? What do you mean the shirt you're wearing? What is black?" Like when we get to that point where race has been completely debunked, thrown away, and forgotten about, then that's when everybody should just be, and everybody should just be loving each other. But when that happens, there'll be no more white tea people because whiteness is an exclusionary class, in the system of oppression. You can't be white and something else. Whiteness is exclusionary. You have to only have recessive, parents. So what I'm saying is mix. I'm using mix, but I'm using it in a way that would be really, it would just be human and human. It wouldn't be with the idea of race. As race exists today, interracial relationships are unethical because race is a construct that oppresses black people. As long as that exists, as long as the word interracial exists, then that is a violent, hostile system and a hostile environment for black people.
Okay, I understand more now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I would love to say, why can't we all just get along? But they won't allow that because then there would be no more of them. So they have to continue to divide. And the answer to that is not for us to forcefully mix, but the answer to that is for us to love ourselves. The answer to all of these issues is one thing. Only thing we need, y'all, is self-love. Self-love, aka self-respect. That's what we need. That solves all of this. I'm gonna go to the next guest. We got more people up here. Uh, Guy Nollywood, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
My age is 47. Um, my race is, I'm definitely a Pan African. You know what I'm saying? Pan means abroad, African abroad. You can say I'm a black man. Um, and I'm go by he or him.
All right, talk to us, brother.
Um, like I said, according to my studies, um, black first of all, I'm just going. Black was really a mean of divinity and wealth. That's how we took the word black. Is that, and then YT people did was humanified. They humified everything. They take our deities and humified it, because they can't imagine. They don't know what it means. They don't understand about spirituality. See, we have a different aspect of spirituality. I don't know. Some people believe they look at spirituality. Religious folks will look at spirituality as like ghosts and goblins, but us is more, what we see, what we taste, what we hear is something tangible, something real. So when we hear the word black, it means power, divine. I tell people to look it up, and within our definition, what our meaning, what black is. It was never humanified how Europeans took it.
Mm.
Um, I think this is one question, and maybe I can ask the sister this. My question is, how can you get with a race of people, or marry, or any type of relationship, and then not think about the horrors that your ancestors went through with that race of people? I just like, if a black person get with a YT person or whatever, like marriage, like just say marriage, and don't they? I wonder if when they watch Roots together? Do they watch 12 Years a Slave together? You know what I'm saying? And like, if they do, like, what is the conversation? You know what I'm saying? Like, what about that movie Get Out? I mean, that movie still creeps me out today. Like,
Word.
do they block it out? Like, what goes through black people mind when they see when they hear, even if they hear about it, and they have to look at that person, and it's a man. It's like, the way they block all that pain and suffering with it. It's amazing, because it's like, I don't know how they can not look at these things, and then they have to look at their YT partner and not get disgusted. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand that. So that's why I'm saying interracial relationships it's a fake relationship. It's something, like you said, it's a war tactic.
That's crazy to think because their partner didn't partake in that.
Okay.
Hold on, Kev. We're gonna come
Well,
to
see,
you.
now here we go. That's what, say, brother. This is what I'm talking. That's what I'm saying. This is
I
exactly
ain't
my
even
point.
I ain't even listened to what he said just now. But wait, go ahead, land your plane, and let's just keep
All
going.
right,
But
because I want to hear this. I want to hear
yeah,
this too,
yeah,
brother. But I'm glad this is talked about.
yeah.
So, but that's the question I want to ask, and because I'm just feeding off the topic too. Um, but like I said, it's a war tactic, and I feel like the mixing. Um, a lot of people don't understand like the history. I'm just going to land my plane on this. That there were people that lived outside of Africa as well. Those people, according to science, not for me, according to science, anybody that lived in Africa was considered human beings. And the word "you" means "you" means color or melanin, right? Anybody that lived outside of Africa was considered Neanderthal or animalistic people like. So this is according to science. People could look it up. You could YouTube it. Hell, even the white tea people will say it. They have Neanderthal blood in them. My question is, why do human beings want to mix with people who has animal genes in them? Let's be realistic. I want to know. I'm here to learn, and I land my plane.
That's
All
completely
right. That's
pseudoscience,
a
and that's
that's a
completely
that's a
race.
that's a all right. Hold on, exposing. We gonna get to you. We gonna get to you. I'm gonna give everybody a chance to speak. I need y'all to tap like real quick, man. Everybody down there, please tap like, tap like. We need to get up to 25K likes as soon as possible. I appreciate y'all doing that. Once we get to 25K likes, I'm gonna open up the comments. So everybody down there, just keep tapping like. Actually, I'll do it at 20 because I want to see what y'all got to say as we move up this list. So because I'm being nice, let's get to 20K. Let's get to 20K in the next few moments. Especially if you're a brother or sister, share the live. Let's get on the right algorithm for who this conversation is meant to be heard by. If you have ever had blue magic hair grease in your life, if you have smelled
I'm out
a
of
hot
here.
comb,
Bye.
then
Thanks for the invite. I'm out of here.
what? Ain't nobody invite you up here. Go somewhere. Somebody block him. Moderators, can y'all do that? Who is like what? Anyway, so yeah, keep tapping like brothers and sisters. If you love sweet potato pie, you know what I'm saying? You never had a scone in your life. You're the people that we're here to talk to. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Petty, give us your age, race, and pronouns.
How y'all doing? Do I have an echo, by the way? Is everything
No,
good?
you
No,
good.
you good.
Oh, you do
Oh,
have an
you do
echo.
have an echo.
I'll
Okay.
mute. You go ahead.
Go. Okay. I'm 29. I'm black. He, him.
Talk
Right.
to us.
Talk to us. All right. So, do I believe that black people can find love in interracial relationships? Um, yeah, I do. I do. However, however, that takes a huge amount of effort and a lot more knowledge for two people from two different cultures to be able to get along and to understand each other, because I've seen more examples of it going south than it going well. And what brother was saying under me, there were some points that he pointed out that is true. The difficulties of coming with that, and if me as a black man that has, had knowledge about myself and my people and my race that the schools were not teaching. And I'm still learning things to this day. And I'm still learning things about myself. And I'm still learning things about my race and just my origins and everything of that sort. Then whoever you're with has really no foot in what you have learned and what you have progressed as a human being, and they won't understand certain things, and they won't understand certain struggles. So I completely get where he's coming from with that. There's a lot of things that Black people do that is against our best interest, and this may be a controversial opinion, but being Christian is one of them. Being a United States Christian is one of them. So we have a lot of things to unpack. So that being said, I'm not going to say that it's not possible, but definitely the concerns and the problems and the issues that come with it are very real and very valid. So I'll land my plane.
Okay, thank you. Because I was about to say, could you mute up so I can respond? So yeah, just Petty, as we have this conversation, because you got that echo, just be sure to mute up when you're done talking. But yeah, so the question is, can Black people have love at all? Can we have love at all? We do have Black love, right? Black love. And really, is that love? This is something that Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. talks about, because we are in an environment that is hostile towards us. When we see someone of the opposite gender and think of them as someone we want to, bond with or make a connection with, we have to first wonder if this person is a comrade. We have to first think if this person is someone that will increase the level of oppression in my environment, or is this person someone that I can endure oppression with? Like, is this person suitable in a hostile environment for helping me progress? When you see a white tea woman, you first got to find out if she's a yeehaw or a yahoo. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't just walk. You can't just tell me you walk up to any old white woman, spit some game. What if she starts screaming and say, "N-word, get away from me"? You know what I'm saying? You don't know what she's on. And so even in Black relationships, because we live in a hostile environment, what if you see a sister, she fine. Oh man, what's your name? Candace. Candace? What's your last name? Owens. Oh, word. And then turn around and she, calling the police on you, and you see what I'm saying? Like it's there's always a way that because we're in a hostile environment towards Blackness, that somebody could, uh, you know, increase our proximity to danger. So that's what makes me question, or makes Neely Fuller question, if we can have love in the first place, because the Black woman, more accurately, is the Black man's comrade. We both decided to survive on a battlefield of oppression together. And so, can we find love in an interracial relationship? Not if we have to think about survival first. Love, the way it should be, is supposed to be just, I like you, you like me, we like things together. Yeah, let's go together. But because we're Black, we first have to think, well, how dangerous are you? The Black woman who's, the most subjected to economic disparagement has the first thing, can you provide? Can you provide for me, and possibly, if she has a child, can you provide for my child? Can you help me, or are you gonna make this situation worse for me in matters of oppression? So, what would you say to that?
So, brother
Nikki?
legend, I follow you. Thank you for letting me up. I mess with you heavy. I hear you. I love hearing you. I love hearing you. You know what I'm saying? Unpack and dissect a bunch of things along, coupled with your capacity to bring it, to the forefront in such a way. You know. So,
Yeah.
does that leave us in a position of existing loveless? Then, I mean, where do we? Where do we find that other form of um ultimate happiness, because love is a form of happiness as well,
Can you?
without that component, I mean, where does that leave us, in the scale, on a scale of just humanity? Where does that leave us? Where does that leave us if if we can't trust, the YT for sure. And then the example that you brought with the Candace Owens. So where do we find love, or do we exist loveless? You know?
That's a good question. According to Dr. Neely Fuller Jr.'s United Independent, I forget the whole name. It's a textbook on racism. It's what we call the code. If you ever heard someone say you need to be on code, they're talking about Dr. Neely Fuller Jr.'s compensatory counter racist code textbook. And in that textbook, Black people are not capable of love in this environment because, and now remember, I'm speaking purely out of logic, and I need everyone to remember I'm speaking within the context of racism, white supremacy, and not about Black people inherently just because we Black we can't love. I'm talking about in the context of oppression, a systemic oppression. So in that context, we are in an environment void of justice. You ever hear the phrase "no justice, no peace"? Martin Luther King said, "True peace is not the absence of tension, but the presence of justice." We are not in the presence of justice. If we don't have justice, then we don't have peace. And if we don't have peace, how the hell we find love? We don't have love. We have to first think of survival. We have to first think of what's in the best interest of our survival as a community. And so in doing that, I have an allegiance to the Black woman. I owe my allegiance to the Black woman because she's the woman that also will side with me and is up against the same enemy that I'm up against. So we both have a mutual interest in surviving Black oppression. So it's deeper than love. We actually, you see what I'm saying? It's deeper than just feelings and emotions that remind us of our parents. For us,
Get that.
we
I
got to
get
figure out how we going to do this together. That's Black love.
It's Black men and Black women pushing themselves away from each other.
Um,
understand what you mean by that. You got to give us something a little more practical.
are you talking to
Be-
Kev?
The
Slam?
what? It,
Slam, were you talking to Kev? If so, I'm gonna go to Kev next. I don't know who that question was for, Slam. Or is it Lame? Dollar Lame? I'm gonna.
Slam. This
Oh,
my
okay.
yeah. This my other one.
Okay. So, all right. So I'm assuming you're talking to Kev. Kev, give us your age, race, and pronouns.
yeah, I'm 23, Black, he, him.
All right. I'm gonna let you go, and then I'll let Petty talk to us. I see your hand down there, brother. All
Yeah.
right. Go
So
ahead, Kev.
on the topic of Black love, no one talks. Everyone talks about interracial stuff, but no one talks about Black love when it comes to Black men and women being married and stuff like that. So this is the reason why Black women are leading in divorce, because a lot of Black women are leaving the Black men that they get married to because
That's
it's just
not why.
I'm good. Why are they not leaving? Why are they leaving?
I mean, well, I'll let you land your plane, but I don't. It's just when I hear something that's not true, it's a gut reaction. But go ahead.
Wait, what's not true? Just want to ask real quick.
You said the reason that the Black divorce rate is going up is because Black women are not choosing Black men or something.
Yeah, you said that's not true. Why is that not true?
Because the number one reason for divorce is economic, financial troubles. Black people face that more than anyone else. So that's going to lead to
Because
divorce
he's
rate.
not making enough money, his wife is going to leave him?
No, because when Black people get together, the first thing we got to think about is how we're going to survive as comrades, like I said before. That's something that's ingrained in our culture. If I cannot provide, then a Black woman needs to worry about her safety. She needs to worry about her ability to raise the children and an environment that's, conducive to, having even more children, the stuff like that. She needs to worry about her safety, her health insurance, stuff like that. So eventually, love alone won't keep that Black marriage together. So that's where we have more to deal with than other races because we are in the context of systemic oppression.
And I can understand. I'm fully aware this is systematic oppression, but
Because these same divorce rates aren't happening on the continent of Africa. In fact,
yeah,
marriages are going up over there. So
yeah, but
it's
those
not
marriages
just
are
that we're
forced.
black.
Majority of those
What?
marriages are forced, and the women aren't
No, it's
happy in those
not a
relationships.
majority. There are some, but not a majority. There are different rules, and that's the thing.
Women don't have a say in
There's
Africa compared to America.
what?
You do realize that, right? The women
What?
get castrated in Africa. Women don't have the same rights as men in Africa.
Man, come
So hold it.
on
Hey,
now.
That's not true.
This is stuff that
what are
you
you
learn in
gauging?
African studies.
Okay,
Man,
so what do you in your African studies? Give us something that we can go and look at, to get some confirmation about this, because
Just
the
pick up a
understanding
book.
the reason I say that is because the
There's
understanding
women
that
who
we have.
fight every day in Africa for
nah, bro, you
rights.
generalizing,
Yeah,
man, and
that's
that's
So,
not
something
right,
you're.
so
bro.
women are not fighting for
Because
rights.
oh wait, hold on. Do you feel this way about Mormons in Utah?
I'm not talking
Because
about
are
women.
we going to say that white people are forcing marriage too? Because that
So how is
there's 16
advocating
year
for
old
black
girls
women in
getting
Africa an
married
issue?
to there's 16-year-old girls getting married to 70-year-old senators in Utah right now. I guarantee it. There's people more what is it? Not there's the Mormons and then there's the Amish. There's
And
Amish
and
people
Arabs.
right now getting it on with little girls. So are you going to say that
No one's
when we talk
justifying
about white people, are you going to bring that up?
whatever weird stuff they got going on. That got nothing to do with me.
But that's what I'm saying. See,
I'm
now it's
talking.
weird because
I'm bringing.
weird means
Listen,
it's out of the ordinary. So why are you bringing up
I'm
outliers in a discussion
African
about
women are
black love?
outliers.
No, you're bringing that concept. You brought that concept
I'm
to the
bringing
table.
the importance of African women not having the same amount of voice, and that's important. And a lot of black people don't want to hear it. That is
Not
important.
having the same amount of what?
So you're telling me that an African woman in Africa has the same voice and equal rights as a man in
Where do
Africa?
you when did we
Yes or
get to
no?
talking about women's rights?
That's
Like
not the
what are
point.
you talking about,
But
bro? We talking about love in relationships.
that ties that all of
Why are
that
you
ties back
diluting the
together.
conversation down to women's rights? Oh, you want to talk about disabled people's rights too? Like, how far is this going to go, bro?
Why are you
Like, come
deflecting? It's a
on
quick
now.
question. I can get back on topic. Are
Somebody
they
say he's
equal?
slow. I don't know what's happening right now. Why are we talking about all this? Like, bro, you running from the topic,
I
man. Like,
ain't
let's stay
running from
on
the
topic,
topic. I
y'all.
just said answer the question so I can get right back on topic. Is it
I
yes
don't
or no?
gotta
It's an
answer that
easy yes or
question.
no
I don't
question.
need to answer
All
your
right,
straw
let me
man
move on.
question.
Let me move
Go
on.
talk.
We don't do
Speak to
that.
the
We don't do
topic,
that over
brother.
here, man.
Let me
We don't
move
do that over
on.
here. We don't do that over here, man. We on the path, man. You done deviated off the path,
I
man.
ain't deviating off nothing.
Just saying,
But if you
stick to
can't,
the topic.
if you
Let's
gonna
get
talk
back.
about a topic, it has to hit every point because
Hold
it
on,
looks.
man. Let me look at your hairline, bro. You got a bunny?
Yeah, man. You
You
gotta
got bunnies. You got bunnies.
call
Stop
call the
playing with me,
doctor,
man.
man.
See, you see what it takes
Call the
for a
doctor, man. So
small-minded
he can
black
get
man
a
to come at
diagnosis.
another black man. This is what this is the issues what we have in our community.
I'm small minded now. Come on now, bro.
Yeah, that's like
Bro,
that. Ooh,
please, man.
hairline. You're grown.
When they can't attack the
You're
message, they attack the
45.
message.
You're
Yeah, I hear you,
45
bro.
talking to a 23-year-old about my hairline. Look at I can't even see the top of yours. Let's
Oh,
not
you
talk
just
about with your
23?
string dreads.
Oh, he's
Make that
20.
make sense. Strawberry noodle dreads. Like make that make sense.
Hold it. Hey, listen, we
Like
not
don't
even on
play.
the
If you gonna play, you gonna play the
First
one.
of
Like
all, he
come
mods.
called
on.
them dreads.
Yeah, where the
Like,
mods at, man?
First of all, he called
make
them
that make
dreads.
sense.
Yeah, where the mods at? No pun intended, but where the mods at?
Yeah, at this point, where the Panther paws, y'all? If
Yeah,
not, where the Panther?
Look like you struggling to breathe.
What?
You got something under your tongue?
That's not even. That's not even about what this is. This ain't even about.
Exactly. You see my point?
That ain't even what this is about, man. There they go. There they
I
go.
don't know what he talking about.
There they go.
All right, so nah, he ain't leave. He's still up here. We got one Panther paw. How many more we got? We need 4, y'all. We need 4. We got 2.
Yeah, man. I'm not understanding the correlation between what he's saying, other than the fact that you said it's just a overgeneralization.
It's self hatred speaking. That's all that is. It's self hatred.
Trying to
So the run
include.
back on the topic, we were talking about black women and black men being married, and then I brought to the point that it's not the same and not equal as in
There it
Africa.
is.
Again,
There it is.
58% of women, black women.
All right. Hey, we had a statistician up here. He
Get
was
him
about to
out of there.
get him out of here, man. Shout out to Thankful. Yeah. Yeah, because he started to just disrupt the conversation. Back to what we was talking about. We're talking about socio politics. We're talking about, can black people find love in interracial relationships? Black men and black women choose each other more than they choose anyone else. And the reason I got this picture up here is very interesting. Uh, this picture represents white T men in movies, in media, in quote unquote interracial relationships with sisters. And I think it's part of a psyop. I think, who Indian? Oh, she Indian? Oh, my bad. I didn't know that. But anyway, she looked, all right, anyway, she melanated. But anyway, what I'm trying to say, right, they got the same issue, right? But anyway, so what I'm trying to say though is black women, only 6% of black women marry outside of the black community. 6%. 6%. Why in the hell can I think of two movies off the top of my head that represent 6% of black women? 6%. That's a small minority of a minority. Like, black people in general is a minority and barely represented on screen accurately, right? But then you cut that in half and you get black women.
You can't
And
even
then you're
cut that
gonna
in
take
half.
6% of
Yeah.
those black women. And I can think of show after show after show after movie after commercial where a black woman is with a mayonnaise man. Tell me that's not propaganda. Tell me that's not somebody, your oppressor, telling you that you can find love in the same person that gives you injustice.
Yeah, it's the same supremacist trope,
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. It's a supremacy trope. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you can find it. You just look above and just look beyond everything. And
Mm-hmm.
suffer as you may. And here's your white knight in shining armor right here. All of your issues are over with now. You've made it. You can have a few kids. You can grow old. And you can just leave all of that other stuff behind because it serves you no real purpose anyway. I mean, look at you. You're 57 years old. You look like you're 25. You got a big house. You got all this stuff that you travel around the world. You can do all of these things right now. Just continue to renounce and denounce, all of that stuff, back there, and you will be
Mm-hmm.
just fine.
That was well put, brother. Go ahead, Petty.
What this reminds me of is, do you remember those movies back in the 50s and the 60s when it was, they always had these movies that took place in somewhere in Asia, and there was always the white savior trope of the guy that always he always got the most beautiful girl in the land, and I was just like, this is whack, this is trash. But what I find more interesting about this photo, right? Because you brought up the point. While I was thinking about what those movies would be, I'm looking at the photo. I'm thinking, okay, I see that this man is trying to integrate this woman into his culture, into his surroundings, into what he has around him, giving this illusion and this propaganda of that, oh, you're going to raise in status and hierarchy and quality of life. I don't think I've seen it the other way around in any movie ever. And if they have, did they do that without a just did they do that without a white dude using AAV? Did they do that without a white dude just being a fool? You know what I'm saying? Like you catch my drift. Is kind of weird, you know.
Hey man, he just said a word just now. I don't know if y'all peep, but that's a word because did he do it without becoming the leader of the oppressed people or the undesirables? Because when you bring that up, I'm thinking of Pocahontas, right? John Smith came over here. Next thing you know, John Smith is the leader of the revolution to kick the colony out, right? He becomes the leader. Think of Avatar, the movie Avatar,
Yeah,
especially in the second one, he becomes one of them, and now he's the leader that all the chiefs respect, and he becomes the chief of the tribe.
Yeah, you know his you know all of his you know his contributions and his sacrifice, you know his mental girth, if you would, you know, to turn his back on what is savage to begin with, you know, to further the cause, you know, of the ones that had nothing, you know, and they had everything in the movie Avatar. They didn't need nobody. They didn't need him. They were doing just fine. It was just
Hmm.
a bunch of greedy people that wanted to come and take what they had, you know, just like everything else. You know, they seen it and they wanted it. You know, what was it? They was making $1 million a gram or something like that off of the stuff that was running through that tree. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, he came. He said, "Man, that's not right for y'all to be taken." But you have to also look at the fact, though, that he was an outcast. He was basically considered an outcast anyway because of his disability. So, you know, that was just another, you know, the opportunistic, you know what I'm saying, nature of him, you know, to seize upon, you know, an environment amongst people
Right.
that were disenfranchised, you know what I'm saying, and had no say in the grand scheme of things, you know, and lead this a coup, so to speak. You know, but yeah, you know,
Mm.
and to what Petty said, to what Prince said, you know, the royalty status. What's the sister name that married that boy over there and the queen?
Meghan Markle.
Man, listen, man, listen. When they found out for sure that she was of African descent, listen, man, everything began to unravel, and I'm talking about everything, everything. You know, so this fantasy that you know find this savior. You know what I'm saying, and love will see us through, and all of man. Listen, man, that's not feasible. That's not. I mean, it's playable, but it's not feasible, man. It's just not feasible because the differences are always going to lie where they are, and that's just what it is. You know, she understands her culture and where she comes from, and she figured that maybe, hey, look, you know what I'm saying? I'm bad, you know what I'm saying? I'm young, I'm tight, I'm put together, you know, and he was captivated by it. And even in his position as royalty, you know what I'm saying? Grandma, you know what I'm saying? Grandma said, hey, listen, boy, you know, hey, listen, we got a long lineage here. You know, hey, no, no,
Hmm.
no. And then his own father,
Yep.
you know, his father, after, you know, after mama said something to him, you know, said something to the boy, you know, his own father, you know, turn against him, you know, turn against his own child, you know. So that causes me to bring into question what kind of person does that? What is that? You know, aside from the, you know, the systemic racism and all of that, what kind of person is that? What
Hmm.
type of, if we could take, all of the stuff that has happened and all of the stuff that is happening right now, and we were to look into the, what is it, the mental health book that they got, the DHM or DM8 or whatever it is, if we were to look in that book, where would the definition of that is? Where is that? What would that be? What would that be under? What, I mean, like seriously, like what would that be under? Someone who despises me because of the color of the I got hue. Someone
Right.
who despises me because I have humanity. Someone that despises me because I'm able to look at all of the subject matter. I'm able to understand it. I'm able to see. And I'm even, some of us are probably even able to look beyond what happened if you acknowledge what you did and show that you are serious about that. But
Hmm.
even in that moment right there, there's still that thirst in them to conquer and dominate and just want to take. And
Oh, you got cut off.
you know, the competition, you know, you're is it because they know that they sold their souls in the process of doing what they did to acquire that in which they have, and they
Hmm.
under and just our nature forbids us, you know, to trade off our souls for the things in which they have? Is that what they mean when they say that we don't work hard enough, or we don't understand, or you just don't get the picture? Is that it? That
Wow.
we won't sell our souls, you know, for basically nothing. I mean, when you really look at it, it's nothing. It's nothing.
That's facts.
You know,
That's
so
facts.
that's I'm wrestling with that one, man. What is that? What kind of human being? What kind of human being are you? Let's take we're gonna stay on you guys' platform. What kind of human being are you to think those types of ways about me? What does that make you? And how
Mm,
do you justify that? What is that? You
mm.
know?
Well, thank you for bringing that context, brother. That's facts. Guy, were you gonna say something to us?
Yeah, when I look at this just another Tarzan, modernized Tarzan,
Mm-hmm.
psychological programming. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at the movie Tarzan, he was abandoned and then he was raised by apes, and all of a sudden he becomes the king of Africa. You know what I'm saying? Never mind all the alpha African brothers that ruled of
Paying,
that land. They're
paying him
just gonna
homage.
totally ignore that.
Yeah,
And
paying him
you know what I'm
homage.
saying? You know what I'm saying? And that, and that really pissed me off. And this is what you're seeing now. This white savior, alpha male, like all white people are rich, which is not true. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So, but but whoever's control the media, they're going to put up their narrative how white people are. They want to make white people, oh, we're going to save you from your oppressing, even though they caused all this, but they're going to be the savior. Forget about the black man. And this is what the media always do. They always show this big rich alpha white man, and he's like the big bad dude. But what about the brothers? What about the brother? What about, we had Shaft and we have all these heroes, these black heroes, but they destroyed all that. They was like, no, that's too powerful. But you know what? I'm gonna say this, brother Legend.
Mm-hmm.
Our sisters are so powerful. They are the most powerful. Man, I love my sisters because they're not falling for the trick. Like you said, it's a small amount
Yeah.
of them. They're not stopping. I know a lot of sisters said, no, I'm sticking with my brothers. I'm sticking with the black man.
Mm-hmm.
They're not falling for it. It's sad to say the black man is falling for it. They falling for it. That's why there's a percentage of black men are getting with these Neanderthal YT women.
Yep.
And I asked these brothers, what is so special about these YT women? What is so special? They're better than your mother. They better than your grandmother that raised you, that fed you, that protected you from them. They don't think about the 100 years of lynching that what the YT women, just one lie, one white lie, got million people that forgot about Rosewood. Rosewood.
Mm-hmm.
People just forgot about these things, and they still doing it. Look what happened. Let's speed it up into the 90s, black men. What about that? What about that woman, Susan Smith? Remember her? That she drowned her own children
Yeah.
because she wanted because the white with the white teeth man said, well, I don't like children,
Yeah.
and she drowned her own children. And Legend, what did she say when the cops questioned her? What did she say?
I don't remember this story, but
She said a black man drowned her children.
mm. Oh, yeah. They got documentaries on
Yes.
Netflix now. I don't know if you've seen this. It's one with the Asian girl. She had her parents unalived, and she said black men did
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, that white
Wow.
woman did do that. I remember that story like yesterday, brother. I do. I remember that story. That white woman sure did. Drove her kids in that lake
Hmm.
and got out the car, swam back to safety, and came back, started crying with them phony tears. Tomorrow the black man did it, but she
Mm.
couldn't describe a black man, and they literally. Them police was on a hunt for any brother. You see how they was bringing brothers in left and right to that police station.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I would have hated to live in that town at that time. I think I would have got on the airplane and went on vacation for real, because it was dangerous to be black when that lady did that. Then they come to find out a week later after interrogating her, she broke down. Oh yeah, I did it. I did
Yeah.
it. But just
You know
imagine if
why,
she
right?
didn't
You know
break
why,
down.
right? because they kept questioning her,
Yeah,
the
yeah, cause
story
I
was
know,
so,
because they kept on questioning her
yeah,
because they
her
couldn't,
story
because the
wasn't, yeah,
evidence
her story
wasn't
wasn't
adding up.
adding up. Right,
The
right.
evidence wasn't adding up, so they kept coming back to her, question her, and it just broke down her defenses when she was like, "Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
did it, I made that up." But just imagine if they didn't
Mm.
keep questioning her. Just imagine how many brothers would be went to trial, or a brother be locked up right now on death
Mm-hmm.
row right now for for a crazy white tea woman that was so in love with a dude that wasn't gonna take care of her kids. She killed
Mm-hmm.
her own children. Come on
Mm.
now.
Mm.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
No, 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 you
I
good,
just
man.
wanted to
You
say
good,
that,
man.
brother. I remember that like yesterday. I remember that. That was a dangerous time for us
That
at
was,
that
and that was
time.
just,
That
and
was
that was,
dangerous.
and that was mid '90s. Okay,
That was, I think that was like 90,
'94,
I know it was
'95 or
between
some shit
90,
like
no,
that.
it was between 94 and 96. I know it was
Yeah,
between
yeah,
one of them
yeah, yeah,
years.
yeah. Facts, facts.
Yep,
Yeah.
I remember that like yesterday because man, they showed because they was on a hunt because we watched them bringing all these brothers into the police station, news cameras. Did you do it? Did you do it? You know, all in their face, brothers like, do what? I don't even know what I'm arrested for. You know what I'm saying? They not even know what's going on, and they down there questioning her.
Oh, I
But
do
like
know
I
some
said,
shit.
the reason she got caught is because that evidence truly did not add up,
She couldn't. She folded up.
and they broke her down. You know what I'm saying? So she folded, and they had to come back out and recant the story. You know, and we apologize to the black community. You know, y'all should have did more investigating before y'all took her word for it instead of taking her word for it and
That's the
running with it.
problem. That's the problem right there. That right there,
You know,
that small piece right there is that when it happened, you know what I'm saying, y'all. They took her word at face value. That
yep,
little piece right there, that right there is the disparity.
brother.
You know,
I tell y'all this right. If y'all don't mind me saying this right quick, what I did
Good.
something wrong?
No, I'm pointing for somebody in the audience said they want to know how to tap like on the screen. You got to tap
Oh,
up
okay,
here.
okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay. My
go ahead,
bad.
brother.
Um, honestly, to this day, brother, and I'm not being evil when I say this. I am not being evil, malicious, or racist at all when I say this. I don't want nobody on this live or nobody watching this to think that I'm being racist. But I'm scared to help a white person that might have got struck by a car, hit and run or something. I'm scared to get out, stop my car and call the police for that person. I'm literally scared to do it. I'm scared to help white people out when they need help.
because you don't know if
I'm
they'll turn on
scared
you.
to do it.
You don't know if they'll turn on you.
That's the
Right.
reason why I don't do it. Because I'm scared that y'all
Look
might
at
say,
Jonathan.
I just don't remember what happened. It could have been him.
Yeah,
Yes,
it could have
I
been him.
believe it was him. Now, my boy locked up for, I tried to help you.
Yeah.
Look at Jonathan
That's one
Majors.
thing I don't do, huh?
Look at Jonathan Majors. He called the police.
Yeah. Didn't help
Yep,
Hmm.
him.
yep. That's
Well,
why I come. I don't get in their business at all, man. I mean, like I said, I ain't a racist. I know all white people ain't bad and evil. I know that for a fact. I ain't saying every last one of them are, but you got some out there that will literally do, you know what I'm saying, just so they don't get in trouble, or they got some kind of excuse. They blame it on the brother every time. You know how many of us done been killed for white women lies back in the days and hung, dragged out our beds in front of our children, in front of our wives over a white woman lie?
mm,
Over a white woman lie, man. Come on, bro. Go, I'm gonna let you finish saying what you want to say, but I'm gonna speak on some stuff in a minute when my turn
yes,
come up.
sir. All right. Petty has something to say, and then I gotta let pragmatic. They wanted to, I think, add a different spin on the question. Don't forget to keep tapping like, y'all. We're trying to get to 50K. Let's keep tapping like. At least get us to 40 in the next minute, so I can keep the comments on. Petty Prince, go ahead. You had something else you wanted to say.
Yeah, this will be my last statement. First off, thank you for letting me up on the line. This has been a very interesting and informative conversation. Um, I just wanted to kind of revert back to what you were saying earlier about the example of what the black man will run into, um, and it's true. It's absolutely true in the sense of the Candace Owens example. What I'm getting at is that you will see as a black man in this country, it really does feel like you versus the world, because even in just the context of this country, any country that idolizes America also has the same ignorant beliefs on African Americans. And you are facing something that is very unique and something that is very challenging. But the answer is for me, and I don't want to get too spiritual about it, but I'm going to say that in order for you to find love, you need to find love within yourself. Educate yourself about your people. Educate yourself about yourself. That you are going to run into the YT woman that is going to fetishize you, and you think that is love, but no, it's a fascination, it's an obsession. You are going to run into sisters that unfortunately got indoctrinated to a mindset that you completely disagree politically. I've been there on both ends. But what's important is to know is that you are really taking the hero's journey in this world. So you need to love yourself, and you need to educate yourself on how people react with you, and how you're going to handle yourself. Because I know part of the hero's journey, if you're climbing the social ladder, you'll start to see things, and you'll start seeing more of how this world really is against you. But you can be known as one of the greatest people to fight in this life. So that's what I just wanted to end with. Uh, peace and love to all of y'all, and thank you.
All right, appreciate you, brother. That's facts.
Before he run off, I wanted to ask him, Legend, what is that though?
Mm.
What is that? What is that, man? Like I'm hell bent on that one. I need to know. I'm gonna figure that one. I need to find out. I have to. I'm not gonna rest until I find out what is that, man.
Well,
What
Dr.
is that?
Francis
What is
Cress
that? I
Welsing,
mean, I see. We know what we've seen and experienced. We know that. But what is that, man? What is it that makes what is it that makes that person in their mind think that that's okay, that that's all right, and that's the way that it's supposed to be? What is that?
that's the brother. That's what's outlined in the code book. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, Neely Fuller Jr. did that work, and
So
it
fear has drove them to madness.
uh yeah, pretty much. I mean, imagine a tiger walked into your room. Imagine a tiger came into your room right now and was acting like he's about to eat you. You would find a way to make your phone into a weapon. You would distance yourself from that tiger. You'll find a way to turn a piece of paper into something that you could defend yourself with, no matter what it is. You'll beat that tiger with a pillow if you could, because you would just know that that tiger is a threat, and that fear would mean you would find the most creative ways to figure out how to maintain your survival. And so that's what YT genetic survival is, you know what I'm saying, where they're afraid of a world that won't look like them, because they've wrapped their identity up, who they are, up into a phenotype nobody else gives a damn about. And and so their fear that one day, they got movies about it, zombie movies where a zombie bite them and now they turn it into something else. Or The Body Snatchers is an old movie
So
where
they know. So is it because they know that they ain't no good? Do they know that? Do they know that they've committed, and committing,
they
the
know.
worst crimes against humanity? Do they know that they're self? Do they know that because of what they've done, you know what I'm saying, causes them to be that way? Not in the sense of being aware, but in the sense of internalized.
They know, brother. It's just they think that if they're not white, they wouldn't exist. Their existence is wrapped up in their whiteness. This is what Dr. Frank D. Wilderson talks about in Afro-pessimism. Their whole identity relies on whiteness being real, and whiteness is a lie. So they've always sought to validate it in different ways and keep it alive, and meaning keep that phenotype going. And so they're afraid that even though what they've done is so harsh and ugly, they're more afraid that one day they won't exist anymore. So to them, it's a matter of survival. To us, we look at it like, y'all really tripping over how pointy your noses are? Y'all really tripping over having thin lips? Like, this is really that big a deal to you? And they like, yes, it is, and we'll do anything to keep it.
So
So
they're addicted to the madness.
that's what it is, yeah. Well, let me go to the next guest at the top. Pragmatic, you were mentioning outside of whiteness and blackness, you want to maybe speak to other communities. Go ahead, talk to us.
Oh, good evening. How are you all?
Good. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I am 36 and I'm black and I am she, her.
All right, talk to us.
I've been listening. I don't necessarily have an opposing view per se. There are a couple things that maybe I have question on. And it mostly sounds like this would pertain to black and white mix rather than other mixing with black. Am I correct?
No, it applies to black and anybody else.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
I mean, I would view it somewhat differently. I mean, historically, Black people have had differences with, all the races, but all races have. But if you think about it, then I don't know, it can go kind of deep. But for me, my stance may be different. I'm married to a Pakistani man, but I
So he's a
wouldn't have
white
married a
man.
white man. He's not white.
Well, he's not white to maybe some of the most extreme white people, but in the U.S. Census, he'd be considered white.
He'd be considered
Or
Asian.
no, they're considered white. But
Pakistani would
maybe
be white.
yeah, Middle Eastern is considered white. But if he claims Asian, then cool. He's just Asian. He can be Asian too.
I mean, because
East
they
Asian,
don't
West
really,
Asian.
they don't do white either. I mean, I can't speak for all of them, but they
There was once
differentiate.
a census where a man from Palestine said that, or it wasn't called Palestine then, it was the Ottoman Empire, but he said that he wanted to fill out the census as white, and the judge was, hearing his case, and the case that he pleaded was, I'm from the same place Jesus is from. So if you're saying that I'm white, then you're saying, if you're saying that I'm a Mongol, that's the words he used. If you're saying I'm a
Mm.
Mongoloid, then you're saying Jesus was a Mongoloid. The judge ruled in his favor, and from that day forth, Middle Eastern quote unquote people were considered white.
Well,
Now, in the global perspective, in the Pan-African perspective that we're talking about here on this
mhm.
live, a Middle Eastern person would be considered white because although it's a separate system of white supremacy, they do participate in their own flavor of white supremacy.
So I don't know that I would consider Pakistani or Indian Middle Eastern though. That's more like an Arab thing, I would say, or like Iran, Afghanistan, things
I'm
like that.
sorry. I assumed Middle Eastern when you said Pakistani, but that is a nationality. What is his ethnicity?
Pakistan's in Asia. He's
Race, rather.
Punjabi. That's like Indian. That's
Okay, so sorry,
that's
so he's
not
an
Arab.
Asian. Yeah, so he is Asian. Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, Arabs are probably more closely related to whites than a Pakistani would be. Neither here nor there. Not black, right? I get the sentiment.
Yeah.
I've had these conversations before, and this is. It took work blending him with my family, me trying to blend with his family, right? It's just completely different. We had thoughts from both sides. Someone said I'm capping hard. Can you explain what I'm capping
Were they
about?
were they were they thoughts or did you experience racism?
Yeah, that's what I want
Did
to
I
know.
experience racism? I did
Yeah,
not
like
experience
I
racism.
really dislike when people conflate racism and hostility towards black people with just a difference in opinion.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that I experienced racism. They were respectful. This I would be an exception to the rule. Obviously, you can't make it the rule. I wouldn't say that this would be the experience for everybody. It could just
Did
be
you
our family.
feel? Did you feel? Did you feel? Did it? You know, once the dust settled, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
in the initial encounter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you feel? Did you feel any superficialness? You know what I'm saying? Throughout
No,
after, I'm saying after the initial encounter. You know, after that
honestly,
point. You know, do you feel as if though that they're making attempts to try and embrace you?
no, and I definitely would have a hard time going somewhere where I'm not wanted, right? We talked about this prior to meeting each other's families, whether my black family accepted him or his Pakistani accepted me. This was our choice in our home. However, I do not feel like they had to go out of their way to accept me. I do not feel like it was fake at all. I just didn't get that feeling, right? And to this day, the respect has been from both
Do you have two
sides.
black parents?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I get that question too because I am kind of light in a sense, but
Yeah, you're very light skinned, so
I do have two black parents though.
you are the
And I
favorable phenotype. You know what I'm saying? So it might have been a little bit easier, but also um, when we talk about people, we're talking about them as a whole because when we talk on anecdote, it could speak more to one's inability to be aware of certain
Mhm.
microaggressions as opposed to saying that it wasn't there at all.
I'm
Um,
I'm familiar with microaggression. I'm definitely familiar, and I do talk to people who are embarking upon interracial relationships, and I
But
don't.
I doubt I know about the anti-blackness that exists in black people in a black community with two black
Mhm.
parents in the continent of Africa, surrounded by nothing but blackness. Like there's still anti-blackness there. So it's you trying to convince me that you found the only non-black people that have no anti-blackness does not compute. So
I
I
wouldn't
hear
say.
you, but it sounds more like there's some maybe something else that could be there. I'm not going to try to pinpoint it on this live, but
And that's fine. I wouldn't say that I'm trying to convince strangers of, my situation. However, I'm
yeah,
saying that every situation isn't hostile. Now, do
that's
they talk
cap.
about me behind the back? I don't
That's
know.
cap because even black situations are hostile based on anti-blackness. Like there's anti-blackness and then there's racism. So to say
Right.
that you have found a situation that isn't hostile is is cap. That just means you found
Would it
comfort in
be
that just means you found
would it be
comfort in
hostile?
hostility.
Would it be hostile if I didn't feel it was hostile? Or am I supposed to search it out if I
No,
don't feel that
see
way?
that's what I was trying not to do was take this to an emotional place because things can be hostile whether you feel like it or not.
Explain to me what maybe I'm missing.
Well, I don't know your relationship, so I wouldn't say
Mm-hmm.
I'm not speaking to you as a group, but I mean you as a person, but I'm speaking more to this live topic is about groups of people. And
Mm-hmm.
again, there is anti-blackness even within the black community. And
Right.
so you telling me that you have found someone that is less anti-black than even black people is not something that computes. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. Whether or not you feel that way or not could be more of a measure of your willingness to be comfortable in a hostile situation. I would say at the end of the day, what's more problematic than anything is when the relationship is over, a lot of people show their true colors. And that's when, a lot of black people tend to wake up. But if y'all are in a relationship where that's never happened, you might not ever experience that. You might if you're saying that you found someone that doesn't have any level of anti-blackness, my next question for you would be, how do we find those people? What did you do that's so different that the rest of us can't find those people? Because we've been looking hard all over every corner of the world to find um, non-black people that don't have any anti-blackness.
No, no, wait a second. I wouldn't say. anti-blackness doesn't exist, or I haven't come across it, or I don't see it, or we haven't had those conversations. Maybe we're having a difference in meaning. Um, that might be the core of
No,
the
we live in a
issue. And I've
world that
had
is
these.
hostile towards black people. If you're, marshmallow complected Pakistani man, decided
We're the
that he
same
wanted,
color.
all
Just
right,
like white.
well, non colored, non that bread they be in
We're
India,
both
you know.
brown. We're both
All right, well,
brown.
non is
Okay.
brownish. You know what I'm saying? But um,
I'm
if
not too
if
far from you.
yeah, so not too far. Wait, so you tell me he's my complexion?
We're not too far off from you. We're both brown. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's the flash of the
Yeah,
photo, but
it's the photo. That photo look. Y'all look.
yeah.
Yeah, y'all look. Yeah, so that right there lets me know something about anti-blackness. But anyway, so
It's just the flash of the photo, or
no,
just
because you
it's the
see my
scene. I don't
photo.
know.
My photo, it had flash in it,
It's a
and I was
cartoon.
like, "Why I look so light
That's
skinned?" So that that
that's like
that
a
didn't that didn't
cartoon.
sit right with me. That wasn't an accurate representation because I love my blackness. I fixed that
As
photo.
do
You know what
I.
I'm saying? The fact that you didn't, if that's the case, still speaks more to what you might be ignoring. But
I think you're digging a little deep, but it's all right.
it's it, eh, I
Yeah,
would I
we
wouldn't
could
I
we could
wouldn't
beg
have
to
that
differ.
photo up if I was brown like me. But anyway, I clearly did that, and I wish I could show y'all the original avatar. It was too light. I was like, nah, that's not me. But anyway,
I like these
what I'm
conversations.
trying to
Honestly,
say
we.
is what I'm trying to say is in society, his people group, his minority group, his
Hmm.
interest group, at the end of the day, does have a power over even your situation in life that you don't have over yourself.
In what sense?
His people don't go through what your people go through, and if something were to happen
Hmm.
where you end up before a judge or a police officer, or I don't know, some scenario where you being black was something that brought you to a disadvantage, you could see how this person could weaponize your blackness against you. And
I see, and I really like these conversations, and this is we talk about this, and we have a podcast, and like YouTube and different. We've had lives and discussed this, and my views on things as a black woman would differ, I think, to a lot of other black people as well. I don't
How
subscribe
so?
to something.
How so would that differ exist?
I mean, I can't speak to everybody, but I've had these conversations before where the level of disadvantage that some feel, I don't necessarily agree with. Are there disadvantages? Yes. Are there things that we go through that other people don't go through? Yes.
he has
But
found comfort in hostility. This is it.
I
This is
don't
what
find
I'm
comfort
saying.
talking.
You
I don't
do.
find
You have
comfort.
a
Yeah, but
bias.
let me finish my
You have
sentence.
a bias. You're exposing it over and over
It's called
again.
Stockholm syndrome.
There we
All
go.
right. There we go. Let me finish my sentence. I don't tend to keep myself in places where I would leave room for certain feelings, right? I just carry myself in a different way. I wouldn't call it Stockholm. And just because my view differs doesn't mean it's negative, right? We all have different views. We all live
You keep
different
making
lives.
things emotional, and we talking strictly
No,
logical.
this isn't emotion.
We're not
And
talking about
you're,
negative and positive and how you feel about where
These are
you are.
feelings.
We're talking
well,
about how you have an ability. We all do, and that's
well,
how we know if you're
you're not
denying
letting me
this, it's
finish.
cap. Because being black is being comfortable with hostility. That's the only way we can wake up in the morning.
Period.
So
Are you?
you saying that you don't have that as a black woman lets me know you lying to me right now.
Well, you're not
So
letting
it
me
don't make
finish.
sense.
You're okay. You're not letting me finish my sentences, one. And number two, because I'm not agreeing, you're calling me emotional. So how are we
No,
supposed to
or
have a conversation?
or it's a second thing is you not a full black woman. You mixed, and you look more of the
I'm not
other
mixed.
persuasion than our
I'm not mixed.
persuasion. That's the only way that
I,
had these comments
I,
personally.
I, I'm not mixed, and I had run-ins with different scenarios. I don't like the police. I have had really bad situations, but my point is I don't carry myself in a. I don't walk in fear. I don't walk in ways that
Why
because of
not?
my
So
experiences.
what do you walk
I mean,
in?
I don't know.
So what do you walk in?
I walk in confidence. I walk in optimism.
Okay.
Optimism, y'all.
So how
That's all we had to
far?
do this whole
So
time.
legend. Let me ask her one other thing. So in the aspect of you walking in confidence, what did you say the other one was? Confidence and what? Oh, optimism. So in you walking in the path of optimism, what does
Mhm.
that look like? Does that consist of not being aware of the I'm not saying look for it, but I'm just saying
Mhm.
being consciously aware of what's going on around you. Are you walking in optimism
I'm aware.
from
And
that
I'm conscious.
standpoint?
I'm aware, and I am very aware of what's going on around me and the status and the tone, all of those things.
I don't believe that, but we're
And
gonna
that's
move
fine
on.
if you don't believe it, but I'm just telling you my stance and my view.
Yeah.
I think if you keep talking on this live right here, I think you'll have you'll have a realization about some things that would conflict. You know what I'm saying with that paradigm in which you're standing on. I really do.
I, I
I hear it in you.
I doubt it. I mean, I've had these conversations before. I've been, in the spaces
Right.
and having
Right.
lives, and I
And
don't mind
you made up
exchanges.
your mind that black folks is wrong. That you all we have to do is be optimistic,
Right.
and
I never said that.
ultimately
I never
we can
said
be.
that, sir.
Yeah. You just said it. You said
I
you
said
found the answer. The answer
I
was to
know I
walk in
didn't. I never said
optimism.
I found the answers either. Don't conflate what I said. I
Well,
said
you
I
found the
walk
answer for you, did you not? Or what was walking in optimism then?
I
Was that
never
a
found the answer. I just choose to carry myself a certain way because I choose to. I never said
you
it was the
found
answer. No.
an environment outside of the black community where black people are accepted and loved. And
I
I
never said
asked
that
you how
either.
you did that, and you said walking in optimism.
My mindset and how I choose to carry myself isn't an answer for anybody, and I'm not saying I found the answer for myself. It's just how I choose to carry myself day to day,
I
and you guys
just
don't
choose
want
to not
that.
see
Go
and
ahead.
ignore, and I don't know what y'all are complaining about. You just need to be optimistic, guys. That's all it took was a little bit of optimism. All right, y'all. We're gonna go to the next guest. A Lamano.
Yo,
Hey, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please? Nah, she didn't leave. I dropped her because we
I
gotta move
thought it
on.
was my turn, but can you
My
call
bad,
me
man.
after him
No,
because
no, no,
you went
no,
over
no,
me. Nah, but go. You already called him, brother. I don't want to interrupt.
oh,
I don't
no.
like that arguing.
I
So
got you,
you
man.
going in, brother.
I
And
got you.
well,
just I'm after you. That's all.
All
that
right.
I appreciate that, brother.
Okay.
Um,
Give us your age,
age,
race, and pronouns.
25, black male.
Uh-uh.
Okay.
I hear it. Legend,
Yeah.
I got $50. Say it's a
If I
flop.
All
sound,
right. Go ahead.
yeah,
$50 for what?
Say it's a flop.
it's a flop.
Show us your forehead. We need to see your forehead.
I'll
Show us.
show you.
Go like this.
Right.
We need to
No,
see
no,
your
no, no, no. I
forehead.
got you. I got you. That just caught me off guard. Hold up. Wait, what the hell? Oh, wait.
You
I
can't
don't
do
have
the camera.
access to the lives.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Damn.
So if I sound a little bit different, that's actually gonna play into like on my opinion on what you said earlier
I'm sure it
because
is.
sorry, say that again.
I'm sure it is.
Damn.
All
All
right, all
right,
right.
all right, all right.
Real quick. You got 5 seconds. I'm gonna count to five. You
Yeah.
have 5 seconds to name a food that starts with the letter Y. One,
Yams.
two.
Uh-uh.
All right, all
Okay.
right, all right. What do you put on top of yams?
We're on yams.
What do you
Ooh,
put on top of yams?
ooh.
Let me
All
guess,
right.
you put marshmallows on top of your yams, don't you?
Hell
Man,
no!
come
What the
on,
hell?
man. Why you tell them?
Oh my god. Oh man. All
Why
right.
you
Can I
tell them?
like? Can I explain why I sound the way I do? Because this is actually very relevant to what
I
the
hear it now.
conversation we're
Okay,
having right now.
yeah, I hear it. I hear it in your voice. Go ahead, talk to me.
Okay. So I come from. My family came from LA, and they ended up growing up in the 80s. So as you know, there was a lot of crime going on in the 80s, a lot of drug issues going on in there. And then they ended up leaving. And part of the thing that they did when they left was that they started denying their blackness.
What do
So
you
by the
mean?
time I was born, like they told me, hey, you got to speak like this. Hey, you got to act like this. Hey, you can't say this. You can't be into this. And that lasted for like a good 25 years, pretty much. So
Wow.
as of right now, this is like the first time that like I was out on my own and I was able to sit and actually reflect and be like, I was robbed of my blackness. Like I was robbed of like my voice. I was robbed of my hair. I had to conform to so much. That's why like I found that video that you posted earlier interesting because I was like, oh shit, that's literally, oh, sorry. Can I curse in this live, by the way?
Yeah, you good.
I bet. That's what I found interesting because I was like, this is literally what I went through. Like I was told conform to what they want, conform to how they act, so then that way you don't get got. Because the thing that my parents feared the most was that I was going to end up like a Blood or a Crip, even though I was the farthest thing from that. So that's also what's relevant about this topic because I'm the only one, this is going to be sad to say, honestly, but I'm the only one in my family that's dating a fellow or another black person. Everyone else in my family is either dating a white person or they're dating like an Asian person or they're not dating anyone that is of our race. And I'm like the first one to like ever sit there and be like, nah, I actually want to date within my race. I want to actually like be with my people. And my own sister, like to hit it like really hard to home, she just had a kid with what is it? Her husband who is white also. So I know that that kid's gonna have issues growing up. Like I love him to death for sure, but deep down there's always this thought in my head where I'm like, damn, they really just try to deny like themselves honestly with it. Shit, I just had a conversation with my sister like last week, and like my nephew's hair is a little bit curly. So I made a joke that's like, hey, he should get dreadlocks. They'll look good on him. And then she said, oh, well, I want dreadlocks first. And I was like, well, why don't you get dreadlocks? And then she said, I don't like my hair. And she wears a wig. And that just stung me to my core, man. Like for real.
Poor child.
I know.
Hey, wait, hold on. We gotta give it up for this brother. Thank you for sharing that story with us, family. And we've all had to unpack levels of anti-blackness that was taught to us at a young age, and for us, it's a survival mechanism. Self-hatred is a survival mechanism in an environment that's taught you or that has incentivized you to hate yourself. Yeah, the video was about that he was referring to was about the 4 reactions one can have to systemic oppression: that's submission, cooperation, resistance, and destruction. It sounds like in this scenario, this brother was raised to cooperate, but I guess his parents were cooperative and they raised him to submit. And it sounds like the brothers made it to maybe some resistance. I don't know.
A little bit.
Yeah, because to choose a black woman, and to be able to call out the things that you're calling out, in your own family members, that's a level of consciousness where you've started to now identify with your Africanity. So that's amazing, brother. That's
Appreciate that. Yeah, sorry I can't show my face, but it's because I don't have a lot of followers, so I'm not allowed to do that. But to go back into that, like, can black people find love in interracial relationships? Right now, like, I gotta say I'm fully on the fence because I seen my family and they do love their partners. But again, with like just the minor microaggressions where it's like, oh, I don't like my hair, maybe my nose is too wide, maybe like my hips are too big or some shit like that, just stupid shit. It's like, no, you shouldn't be thinking that. Like you can still love yourself. You should be able to like respect yourself as much as you respect your partner. That's why I don't know who said it earlier, but they were like talking about how they want to find self-love first. And I 100% agree with that, honestly. And I feel like our ancestors fought to give us a right to be able to like get in with interracial relationships because that's our God-given right. But at the same time, it's like we can't lose sight of like who we are as a people.
Absolutely. That's facts. That's the reason interracial relationships were imposed on the black community, and I say imposed intentionally, but they were imposed. It was imposed to compromise us, so that we wouldn't feel an allegiance towards solely our community, but to open it up so that now instead of moving on our own behalf and in our own best interests, we have to also find a way to include others. So it's deep, to say that, because your family members have non-black significant others, that you're on the fence about the topic is literally what interracial relationships were made to do, to make you be on the fence. And I wish you the best on your consciousness journey, so that the answer becomes clear.
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir. All right. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Appreciate you, brother. Brother Anwar, go ahead, talk to us.
Okay, how y'all brothers doing today?
Peace, peace, family.
That's good. I don't want to come off as I always say this because I don't want to come off as a racist or,
You can't be racist.
yeah, excuse me, I don't want to come off as, I hate
A bigot.
white people, yeah, and bigoted. First and foremost, I don't think no black man walking should be dating a white woman at all. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Period. I mean, I'm even starting to feel that way about the certain demographics of the Latino community, because they just as they
Mm-hmm.
just as bad as these people. So I mean, you can find happiness with a different race, but I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it would ever be with a white woman or a Latino woman. Now, mind you, I'm not talking about all of them. I'm talking about the ones that that got the skin like them, the ones that want to be in the vicinity of them. I'm
Yeah.
talking about those kind. I
Yeah, the
ain't talking
white
about the ones
Latino.
that's in the hood and they know where they come from. They know who oppressing them, because it's a lot of them that do know, what's going on. But the ones that want to be in that bubble, no, I ain't. I'm not. Yeah, I'm talking about them. But as far as a white person, why would you date the enemy? Why would you even want to have children with the enemy? Don't you know already that I guarantee you, if somebody in her family hates you, hate your guts, want to do bodily harm to you because you with these people? Guarantee you that if it's not her daddy, her brothers, her uncles, it is somebody, even her own mama, that hate your guts.
Hmm.
I have never, can't nobody walking can say I ever seen this man at a club with a white woman, dancing with a white woman, at the movies with one, riding around with one. No. Yes, when I was younger, I had my fun with them, but it was never nothing going past just fun. Just fun. Because one, I can't bring my enemy to my house. You know what I'm saying? And then two, if y'all end up having children, they most likely gonna be brainwashed to bring the money, not to the black community, but to keep the money in the white community. So when you pass away, you leave your child your house, you leave your child your insurance policy. That money ain't finna circulate nowhere near the black community. Nowhere near. It's finna circulate all through the white community. So I can't date my enemy. I can't. I cannot do it. I refuse to do it. I can't. we have, they have hated us. You know what I'm saying? Just like the good book say, Jacob I love, but Esau I have hated. You know what I'm saying? So just like the good book says, you know what I mean? So this been going on for a long time, and it all started over two brothers. One brother that was, greedy and wouldn't put work. He didn't want to be putting work in at home. He'd rather be out dirty hunting stuff, chasing stuff down, killing it instead of trying to, farm and help out with the house. So, and then he sold his blessing. It was never no trickery, never nothing. He sold his blessing. He sold it for a pot of porridge, whatever, soup or whatever he sold it for. He sold that blessing. That blessing was his. It was his for the taking because he was the oldest. But he sold that blessing to his brother. And it has been enmity between us ever since then. You know what I'm saying? Just like the good book say, they are confederate against us. Confederate. So that means all these other kings and nations got together and said, let's cut Israel off where there shall be, where there won't be no remembrance of these people. You know what I'm saying? Let's do that. So I just don't know how a brother could date your enemy. And then, man, just imagine if this white chick get mad at you and decide to call the police and lie on you, and you ain't got it on camera, you ain't got full blown evidence with about 10 other white people to back you up, I feel bye bye, buddy. You doing some time. So why would I put myself in a predicament where I know they gonna take this woman word over mine? I ain't never beat a woman. I'm not a woman beater. But she can say I did that just because she mad at me. You know what I'm saying? Or just because I don't want to be with her no more. I'm not putting myself in that position. I tell my sons that all the time. I say, man, y'all free to love who y'all want to love. But I'm telling y'all, I'm going to be disappointed if y'all bring a white girl home. I'm going to be very disappointed in y'all. Because I know I have taught y'all better. And y'all know who y'all enemy are. Excuse me. Y'all know it. I tell my boys that constantly. Y'all know they hate us. We cannot go nowhere where we're not hated at. You know what I'm saying? Nowhere will we not hated at. We can barely, literally barely go to Africa and not, and don't find hatred over there. Because it is true. We are the Most High chosen people. We are His jewels. So they hate us. They hate us. And two, this is a major factor why we see so many of them pumping this interracial couple now, is because, when they first found out that their numbers was dropping with in the baby count, when they started they look at the numbers, how many baby this race of people had, how many races of people this person had. When they seen their numbers falling and jumping off and falling down, that's when you see, oh, the campaign was on. The campaign was on to get black women then. It was on. Every other show we watch, now it's an interracial couple. Every commercial, you see a white tea woman smiling next to a brother, like they're a couple or something. Even in a mattress commercial, they smile and everything because they knew that their numbers are falling off. And I read this with my own two eyes. Europe went a whole 3 months without any delivery. Europe has went, that was, I think I read that back in 2022. That Europe went 3 months without having a birth. And they seen that, they was like, oh, no, we definitely falling off now. So let's just push this interracial thing, and we can still manipulate the children. You know what I'm saying? To carry out our will, to carry out our deeds. We can manipulate our sons and daughters that we have with these black ladies. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not gonna give us too much resistance as long as we get them happy and buying bags and buying this garbage stuff that they don't need. They ain't gonna really say too much. You know, me training my son up to, be a proud Aryan, a proud, you know what I'm saying? So come on, bro. I mean, you shouldn't wake up next to your enemy. Period. I
Mm,
mean, we are in war, bro. We have been in war for a very long time, and
mm,
the brothers that's out there that ain't learned that yet. You ain't gonna never learn it.
mm,
You ain't gonna never. I ain't talking about no 10-year-old. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about men. You ain't learned that we are at war, and we've been at war for almost 400 and some years now. At real war. This ain't no play war. This real war. They gunning us down in the streets. I mean, I'm talking about all back shots. So you know he wasn't facing you. He was running from you. Just like the
mhm.
good book say. You know what I'm saying? They was gonna cover up the faces of the judges, and they were sought to change laws and times and dates. You know what I'm saying? And then in another part it says, they gonna do stuff and find themselves not guilty.
Mm.
How many police officers is really going to jail for gunning us down for no reason? No reason. You know?
Mhm.
So come on, man. I mean, we gotta wake up, man. We gotta wake up. And if we don't wake up, we are doomed. Dude, these people are on a one-way train off a cliff. I don't want to be on that train with these people.
Mhm.
Because if you look now, 75% is dropping the American dollar. I keep up with current events. 75% of the world is dropping the American dollar. When you
Mm.
got Africans dropping the dollar, oh yeah, you know you got problems, brother. You know you got serious problems. When they telling you, nah, we don't really want your aid, you know what I'm saying? That young brother over there that's 35 years old that took over,
Ibrahim.
yeah,
Ibrahim.
Abraham. I got so much respect for that brother. You know what I'm saying? He didn't go out and buy luxury cars, none of that. He went out and bought tractors. He went out and bought stuff for his people, you know what I'm saying, for the farmers to really be able to farm and feed the country. So he doing it right. And I got respect for that brother. A lot of respect for him. You know. But dude,
Okay.
I don't know how a brother can literally wake up to his enemy every day, kiss her, go bust his butt at work, and you got a life insurance and policy that's in her name. That money is going back to the family,
Right.
back to her family, not yours.
Yeah. That's been the
So
plan all along.
you know what I'm saying. So I don't understand how we not seeing this now. I mean, how we not learning this now? I mean, you know what I'm saying. I just don't see it. The evidence has proven who is the cancer on this earth. Evidence has proven, shown what group of people is a cancer on this planet Earth that need to be cut out. Planet Earth got a big old cancer tumor in her that need to be cut off.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? These people go places with no regards to no respect, no nothing. You know what I'm saying? All around the world. I want y'all to think about this, right? When World War II was going on, right? The atomic bomb was made, right? And we was fighting on two fronts. We was fighting Japan and we was fighting the Nazis. Why they dropped the bomb on Japan, but they never dropped the bomb on Germany to end the war? Why they kept throwing bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies? Think about that. I want y'all to really mold y'all minds around that, bro.
Bro,
We was fighting on two fronts, and they eliminated the other side on the Pacific, and they could have did the same thing on the people on the other side of the Atlantic, but they didn't. You know why? Because they had the same skin color as them. So we just gonna fight this battle out. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna drop a bomb and kill 100,000 people, white good Aryan nation people. I'm not gonna do that. You know
Roma.
what I'm saying? And they let half of them come over here. That the ones that was committing heinous crimes, they let them
Yeah, you
come
have to
over
come over
here.
here, yo.
You know what I'm saying? The dude who started the NASA thing, he was German. He was a
Yeah.
part of Germany rocket program.
Yup.
Come on, man. I don't know how we not seeing that they are enemies. And for us y'all to call ourselves men and we ain't stood up yet. I'm talking to all the brothers that's listening, all the brothers that's on this channel. I mean that's on this live right now. If we ain't gonna stand up now and say enough is enough, you taking your boot off. You finna get that boot off my neck, and you finna get that boot off my wife's neck, my black queen neck too. You finna get that boot up off of us. I don't understand y'all. I just don't understand y'all no more. It's getting to a point where it's embarrassing now. You know, at first it was just okay. I feel sad that a lot of the brothers ain't woke, but come on, man. This internet has been reaching all around the world. We can get messages out all around the world now. We ain't gotta wait for the mainstream news media to do stuff. We can actually post it and show it now. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
That's why they hate TikTok so much, because we spreading too much information on TikTok.
Yeah.
Facebook is a CIA op
Right.
program. You know, so brothers, man, you gotta be extra careful when you dating a white girl, bro. Be in a parking lot and you having a argument with your white girlfriend or your white wife, and let's not see somebody call the cops on you and about 10 police cars pull up. Ma'am, are you okay? Are you hurt, ma'am? Trying to get her to say you did something to her. They trying their best to get her to say something. And no telling how far that argument went, if she gonna say something or not. So why would you trust your life in that type of person's hands? That is, dude, we only get one life, and we get one chance to live this. We don't get this ain't no video game where we can restart, pause, and I died. Let me start it over. It don't go that way. You get one chance at this. Why put your life in the enemy hands? Because you want to date their daughter.
Yeah, we gotta go to the next guest, brother. But you said quite a word, man. I just want to give props. That was very informative. Thank you for contributing that to the conversation.
Oh man,
Let me go to the next
thank you for
guest. Don't
bringing
go.
me up, brother. You know, thank you for even letting me be on the panel listening. Thank you, bro.
Absolutely, man. Thank you for dropping them gems for us, brother. And y'all keep tapping like. If you getting something from the live, tap like, gift the panel, man. Send a rose, send something. Um, the more you gift, the more people will have to come up here and participate. The more algorithms will touch, more for you pages. Share the live, share it with some friends. But keep tapping like till we get to 50K likes. We gotta get to 50K likes, y'all. We've been up here too long to not have at least 50K likes. I'll open up the comments back when we get to 50K. And yeah, if you're getting some value, I know y'all learning something. I know we didn't drop all this knowledge on this panel, and I know y'all are learning something. If that's the case, send a rose, even if it's just a small rose, send something so that the algorithm thinks that we in here doing something with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just just having a boring conversation. Appreciate you, Miss Swan. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's go to the next guest. Lewis, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please. Lewis Yedon. Oh, I might have to unmute you. Let me know if that worked. I feel like Anwar ate the whole plate, to be honest. He just broke it down for y'all. If y'all ain't get it when he said it, y'all might not, y'all ain't gonna get it. That's what he said too. He said that too. You ain't get it by now, brothers, and you just ain't gonna get it. We not talking out of bigotry or any kind of hatred. We talking in solidarity with our people, what's in the best interest of our children, what's in the best interest of our community, our women. We should have an allegiance to each other, and that's just part of loving yourself. If you love yourself, black man, you're gonna love a divine reflection of yourself in a black woman. If you love yourself, black man, appreciate you, Sonny. If you love yourself, black man, then you're gonna love what you see in the mirror. You're gonna love what you see when a black man you gonna walk past you. Pause, no diddy. You know what I'm talking about. Like I mean that's part of another thing too. Is black men are afraid to show love to one another. That's right there's a problem because of the Eurocentric idea of homosexuality and the Eurocentric idea of what manhood consists of is put us into this small box where we're afraid of being kicked out of the box of manhood because we express love to another man. Who taught you that you can't love a black man? Who taught you that you can't show love to a brother, someone that looked just like you? You look in the mirror, you see him. Who told you that? It was so bad for me. Even my own father, on his deathbed, I was about to shake his hand. He pulled me in close and gave me a hug. I was about to shake his hand because the way I was brought up, we don't show that kind of love. That's my father. If I ain't a reflection of him, then what am I? Like, that's my father. So black men, we need to show each other more empathy. We need to understand that all black men are not conscious, aware, or mature enough to have this kind of conversation. But the black men in your life that show love and love you and are there for you, be sure to pull them close, man. Don't let the Europeans' idea of what's gay and what's not get in the way of that. You know what I'm saying? Because they came up with them rules. In Africa, there's places in Africa where two men will hold hands and walk across the street. That sounds sus as hell, don't it? That sounds sus. Oh my goodness! If I ever seen two brothers holding hands walking across the street, I'm gonna think it's an agenda. But in Africa, that's not gay because that's the problem with the idea of LGBT. That's part of the whole problem is gayness is not clearly defined. There's no qualifying action that makes one gay. In order for this to be a bottle of water, it has to be a bottle and have water in it, right? Like those are two qualifiers. That defines that water bottle as a water bottle. It is a bottle of water. So I tried to open your mic. I'm not sure what's going on. But
Yeah.
gayness has no clear definition. There is no clear activity or idea or qualifier that makes someone gay. But because of that, we have all tried to not do things that make us gay, right? Like holding hands with another man walking across the street. How does that make you gay? You see what I'm saying? But we know we'll get looked at as gay. And so that's why black men won't show affection to each other. And that self-hatred towards other black men is incentivized by the white man. That's what he want. He don't want us being affectionate towards each other, and showing love. I ain't talking about nothing crazy. So if y'all don't, let's put on our mature caps. You know what I'm saying? But that love is necessary. Go ahead, brother Lewis. Give us your
I
age, race,
want
and
to. Okay.
pronouns.
Oh yeah. I'm Lewis. Yaden. The third Scottish last name. I'm an African American descent. Raised in Mannheim, Germany. Been all over the world. Been here in the United States. Um, I've been everywhere basically and understand the culture. One thing that I agree, that brother that just spoke, man, I 100% agree with him. 100%. There's no way in the world that black man is not a hostile and the enemy is actually, they've got everybody mind trained as we are the enemy, their enemy. Every race,
Mm-hmm.
everybody, we're the enemy. And it's hard for us to navigate as people and as a person. Definitely as a black man, as a black woman. Yes, it's very factual. Just give y'all a good example what this young brother was just talking about. If you notice the Jacksons just situation with him having the Michael Jackson having the children, and now since there's so much amply down there, the feds and everything have stepped in. That money is not really being proceeded into the urban community. It's now being pursued into what the white T community. And then they put a lock on it when, Catherine, the head mother, wants to stop it from being leaked into that community and not being leaked in the community that she comes from, because we're considered the enemy. There's no way I can completely make this story up. I can't make none of this stuff up at all. This is what we've been living for ever since we've been here, brought as hostages in this country. We've been the enemy to their enemy, and they don't want to work with us. They don't want to see greatness. They don't want and this brother hit it right on the head. You'll have somebody in that family that ready to destroy you just because you got with that white tea lady or whatever. They ready to destroy you. You ain't did nothing to them. You doing the
Mm-hmm.
right thing. You doing everything right, and that's the nature, that's the mind troll that they have put on people. Then the great example my man was just saying out in the parking lot. If you're walking among white people or whatever, and you might not be doing nothing, you'll have someone, you might be friends with all those folks. You'll find someone who's not even attached to them, that's white T person, that will find a way to try to get you say, that person don't supposed to be there. He supposed to be, and he'll call the cops on you. And
Mm-hmm.
I wish I can make this stuff up, and I can't. This is our reality, and it's been our reality here. So whatever the young man was saying, all over 79, I put my hat. It's the truth. It's there. You're not lying about none of it, and you have to do. And with white T children, which I call you have mixed children, they got to fight the worst of this. They're the ones that have to go through the worst of it because now they got to try to conform to a society that looks to them as the enemy, even though they're light skinned or whatever. They still consider the enemy to them.
Right.
Host,
That's
I just want to
facts.
know if that, and I think that we have to understand that, and it's in now in this generation, I call it this new generation that we have, it's not being educated enough either. It's not being pushed enough.
Right.
A lot of us have got quiet and don't say nothing and allow this stuff to go on where there's a lot of people being put in harm's way of this. And it takes a long time. And then for us as urban people, as me, I'll keep it real. I'm a dark skinned man. I love my melon. I had to learn how to love my melon because I was been taught to hate my melon, to hate my darkness, to hate that was the curse of me. That is not the curse of me. That's what makes me. I have the most uniqueness thing that comes out of me that God put in me, the melon. He put a uniqueness in me. And I want everyone that has melon like me to feel that they're unique and to feel that they are very important because they have completely stripped that completely away from us and made us hate each other. We out here shooting and killing each other for no reason. And we'll shoot because we're so much, because they've taught us so much hate to hate ourselves that we hate to see others. So we hate ourselves and hate the others that look just like us. And we treat them so bad. That's where it's coming from. And it's been
Absolutely.
mentalized into the country for all the way. It's in Africa. Even and I'm not gonna lie, it's even in India, man. The poor dark skinned people in India, man. Y'all should see how they treat them. And y'all would be like, wow, they treat us just, and see, I hate to say this to white tea people. You will not understand that until you have your shoes and you see it the way it is. To be very uncomfortable when you go somewhere and everyone looks at you and be uncomfortable because they feel you're the enemy. Because, like I say again, that is what we are labeled in this world. We are labeled the enemy. And we ain't done
Right.
nothing. We've been the most peaceful, loving people, trying to help. We'd go all out our own way to help, to do the right thing, to do the best thing, to be the best as we are, and to help them. And this is how they treat us. Ain't that something, bro? And this is how
Yes,
they
that's
treat us. And it hurts. You know, if I always say this, and this is fact, and this is historical. How you think the white man got dignified? He got dignified from black women and black people. He dignified them. And this is how they do. This is how they do it by hanging us and killing us, and then thinking it's okay to kill us and getting, and thinking, oh no, we talk like this. This is wrong. Wait a minute. Why is this wrong? We talk like this. Why are we wrong? I don't understand. Why are we wrong when we talk? If
Mm.
we was doing this to you, you'd be the main one saying that, hey, we need death for a death and a tooth for a tooth. Because I've heard it come from them. The death and the death and the tooth. See, we're at war, like my man said. We had a war, but we're not even trying to be in a war with them. But they had a war with us.
Mm-hmm.
They had a war. They want our destruction.
Someone say white supremacy is the biggest form of inferiority complex.
Yeah.
It's true.
Dr. Francis Cress Wilson psychoanalyzed that as well. Well, that's
Hey,
facts, brother.
hey, brother, you know, what you were saying earlier about Michael Jackson kids, right? Didn't see that article? The one that they call Blanket or
Yeah.
Blinky or whatever he is, whatever his name was.
Mhm.
He wouldn't give his Michael Jackson mama. Michael Jackson mama needed $1 million or something.
Mhm.
He wouldn't even give his so-called grandma,
Yeah.
his
Because he's been
so-called
brainwashed.
grandma, no money.
He's been brainwashed. See, this is our enemy. See, you hit it right there. Our enemy has brainwashed his loving father. And see what you think they were going to do. Wait until they get of age and they're going to turn him against they would have turned him against his own father. He did everything he could do to protect them. Michael did everything to protect them, which they were white. He did everything to protect them. And this is where it came out. We got to understand, you said it. Our enemy, this is how they operate. They do not look at them equal. They want to fight and destroy us. That's all. We sitting here still trying to work with them, try to work, and they sitting here still trying to destroy us, as we are today. Still trying to.
They
Am I
yeah, they
lying, Hope?
they, they
Am I
stab you
lying?
in the back and
Right,
then you know pull a knife out 2 inches, but the knife is still sticking in you, and but
right,
somehow it's your fault for the knife being in your back, even though you
right.
put it there. You know
You
what I'm
hit the
saying?
nail right on the head, and
Even though
I've heard
you
them
put it
say that.
there.
You put it there. When you
You
like
know what
you
I'm
sitting
saying?
here, you been your wolves been pulled. You like, man, you up here trying to protect your family. You trying to protect your life and them at the same time. Now, hear me out, y'all. You all trying to protect them at the same time. Y'all trying to help them at the same time,
Yep.
and they at war with you, trying to destroy you. And there's a lot of other things we could be doing, but they at war with you. They don't look at you equally. They look at us being destroyed. They want to destroy us. That's how
Yep.
they wake up every morning. They wake up to destroy us. They don't look at us. They don't look at no good in us. They look at destroying us. That's all they think about.
That's why I tell the brothers that got sons, man, y'all better be in y'all children's life, man, teaching them this, man, teaching them this,
That's
cause
right.
they gonna be men one day.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm real disappointed that our ball had been dropped because when I was growing up as a young man, my grandparents in school listened to me. They always told me that everything that's in the white society and European culture is not made for me, and they don't want you to have it. They made it seem real hard to me, and at first I didn't understand it, and I kind of got mad when they said it. But now I understand it. It's not made for me. They don't want me to have it. They want me to be destroyed. They don't like me. They want me to go away.
Oh yeah, they
Everything
believe
about
me.
my family, everything
If they
about
could
my
have got
family.
rid of, dude, how many times had they tried to kill all of us? But so far, the Most High got our back. We end up multiplying more.
And then they want to hold on to us. You know the thing? I'll say it. They want to hold on to us too in this country because they know they're
Oh yeah,
wrong,
oh
and
yeah, they don't want to let us go because if they
so high.
did,
Right? If they
they know
let us
how
go,
much talent and they know how much talent and work and everything else they about to lose, and they know that soon we take that talent and that money over back to our land, they know it's over with over here. It's
Oh,
over
they
with. It's done. They're not gonna be able to sell nothing. Ain't gonna be no good movies coming out. You know what I'm saying? Ain't
oh,
gonna be nothing over
you hit
here.
it all.
Y'all ain't gonna have no winning basketball
You hit
teams,
it
no winning
all
football
on
teams, no
the head.
nothing.
You hit it all on the head. But I'm gonna say something else. This is what they do. They feel like they can hold on to the devil, and they can what they call repossess the devil. We hold the devil, and at the same time try to hold the devil up, and at the same time tell God, "Hold on, we got the black folks, so we gonna keep them right here. We gonna do right." And they ain't doing right nothing. They ain't doing right at all. They ain't doing right. Ain't nothing
And
right.
and that's the reason why they finna be punished so hard, because God, I mean the Heavenly Father. I hate using that word God because that's really just a title.
They
Um,
refuse to apologize for
um,
the slave
the
trade. They refuse to apologize for the damage and things they did to us in the
that they
South.
have done,
They
but see,
refuse
you
to
got to realize the
apologize
Most
for
High
all.
is about to punish them because they were supposed. Yeah, the Most High sent them on us. You know what I'm saying? Because we did break his law. Our forefathers did do they wrong, broke the law, statutes, and commandments. So he sent a nation against us that he said he was going to do. But that nation took it too far. They done took it way too far. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you start feeding people kids to alligators
Oh
and
yeah.
beating them in back into, I mean, beating it in. I mean, where this man got so many wet marks on his back, he can't even lean back and touch nothing with his back because it's
That's
gonna
why
hurt
they
every
don't want
time he lean back.
CRT, y'all. Y'all don't get it. That's why the CRT is so much, because CRT tells them so much how they flooded all the cities across this country with black innocent people who were doing things for their community, was helping them, doing all kinds of great things back in the day. They don't want to talk about. See, there's a lot of history here that has to be talked, that does need to be talked about, but they know CRT will burn up. It will burn a lot of bridges because they'll let you know how evil and deceiving people and how much of the enemy they are. And then they'll make them realize that what they did, they were so wrong. I'll say this: some white people had to hear all this stuff. Really, they'll start committing suicide because they'll say, "Damn, I can't believe my ancestors did all this stuff to these people."
Hmm.
They'll be crying every day, and you folks know it because they'll say, "Well, why do they drown because they are enemy? They say enemy on what? How?" White people will say, "How they enemy?" These generation will say, "How? Y'all kill them like that? Throw them to alligators? Destroy their city? Burn them up for something that doesn't make any sense?" I'm serious, y'all. I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. I'm not holding back. I'm gonna let it go. So I know everything our history is about in America is so damn dark. It's so damn dark that it causes them, and that's why they are the enemy. Because they're the ones that's still here trying to hold up the enemy. All the hangings and the pictures they took years and decades ago when they show a brother and a sister, a pregnant woman hanging from a tree with a dead fetus because they killed them for no reason. No reason because of the melon. And then they get out here and there's no apology. That's what I'm saying. There's no like, okay, listen. The only way they make apologies when they go down and they on their way to out of here on their deathbed. They calling out God and trying to, but that's a little bit too late then. But like I said, we have to keep this stuff on. What you said, man, all these 79 is they are enemy. And my man before that, who had to go through them denying him as being a black because he had to conform to their society, that's the most wrongest thing that you can ever do. The wrongest thing that you can ever do. And that's why I feel so bad for these white TV children that have to come out here. They have to go through this and have to try to figure out why. And then when they do the real research and history, it hurts so bad. They hate they're part of themselves. Yeah, I hate to say it. If I'm a white tea person right now and I know my white history, I hate everything that I hate everything that I do. I hate everything. Hear me? I would.
Yep.
I would hate everything about me.
Cause,
Everything. Because
cause you gonna learn that I really am the devil of this world.
you
I
you'll be
really am
so
the
outraged.
devil of this world.
No. See, he knows he's the devil of this world, but he made the black man the devil just so he can run away from accountability. Because
Right.
accountability is not a part of white people's nature at all. It's not a part of
But when you say that, sister, that's 100% true. But I'm cool with that because y'all gonna have to answer to our Father in a minute. Y'all gonna have to answer to our Father in a minute.
I feel like that's one of the reasons why they created atheism is also because,
I
just
don't
the
care if you
thought
don't
of
believe. Believe
something
me, if you
doing
don't
to
have to believe. The devil
uh-huh.
believe in
No,
you, and God made you,
Yeah, but I
and
believe
your
that
name ain't in the book of life. I
that
no,
guarantee you that.
you're right.
Right,
I
hold
You
on,
believe
hit it
hold
that
on,
right on the head,
hold
man.
on, y'all.
Yeah, that's why they create atheists. See, they didn't create atheists because they don't believe, because they know that they did wrong to African descent people, melon people. They know that,
They
and they
did wrong
Y'all,
to
find
God,
a way to
let's
Jewel.
give
distract themselves.
yeah, and I
let's give
believe
some
they
let's give
fear
somebody else a chance to speak real
I
quick.
believe that they
Fatima,
fear.
Hey, can you
Fatima,
mute
hold
me?
on.
Because I need my mic mute.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
hear
All
you.
right.
I just need my
All right.
mic
I
mute
just want to
because I
keep it.
can't
I
mute
just
it.
want to keep it orderly, and we have been going for a minute, man. I appreciate y'all having a conversation. Fatima, oh, she went away. Just
No, she,
look like a
she mute.
sister. I just wanted her to introduce herself. Can
No,
you
I'm
give
right
us your
here.
age, race, and pronouns, please?
My name is Fatima. I'm 24, and I go by she, her.
All right. Talk to us. I'm assuming that's you in your picture, right?
That's me. Yes.
All
Hey,
right.
can
Talk to
you
us.
mute me open, man? Because my mic can't. My mic can't. I don't want no noise in the background. I
All
like
right. I
the
got you, family. Thank you for contributing. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
I
sister.
said that I feel like the reason why white people created atheism is because they know that they're going to have to pay for what they did and answer for what they did. Because how you get something is essentially how you lose it. And the thought of them going through what they put others through have scared them. So they've told themselves that God isn't real or there's nothing out there because deep down they fear retribution. And
Mhm.
they think it's the black man that's going to give that retribution, which will generations down give that retribution? I don't know. But white people fear what they've done to others being done to them.
Right. That's a fact. That's part of their fear, according to Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. And did they ever believe in Christianity? These are questions. When we talk about religion, John Henrik Clarke says two things the European cannot live by is Christianity and democracy. Those are two illusions that he's created to give us not to give us anything, but to justify slavery and, to align our emotions with the logic of our oppression. So that's the thing about, organized religion in general, as opposed to spirituality. Religion tells you that what you cannot see is what you should feel and feel emotional about and accept as logic. So it has it backwards where you've aligned your logic with emotion, and because it's not based in reality, as opposed to spirituality, which is Christianity in Africa before it was, Christianity, when it was, the spiritual practices of African people, in various places. Uh, Basically, spirituality is basing your emotions on logic, like what you see before you. You know what I'm saying? Like if I see I don't want to say my bank account, but I don't know, if I see my house on fire, I'm gonna be upset about that. That's something based in reality. Christianity tells you, you know, if you woke up feeling depressed, then that's just because the devil's on your mind. The devil's getting ready to do something to you. You got to worry about that. You got to, and then that's a psyop for our people. So it right. Someone said in the comments, it teaches us to be illogical. So that whole religious indoctrination is something that they used against us, and then they threw it away when, like Sister just said, it was something that could be used for accountability against them. I think that's an interesting take, Sister. How do you feel about the question up here? Can Black people find love in interracial relationships?
No, I don't believe that white people can genuinely, or a black person can be in a relationship with a non-black person that's solely based on love. Because at the end of the day, white people are conditioned to want power and to want resources. And because of that, they go into that relationship only thinking about themselves. This is why when you hear stories of black people who were once in interracial relationships, they say, oh, they call me the N-word, they called me inferior, they assaulted me, they called the police on me. And in some cases, some black people have been killed for engaging in interracial relationship. I do not believe that it's based on love because of the outcomes we have seen through them. No, I do not believe that black people can find love with non-black people.
All right, I heard that, and thank you for enlightening us on that. But that's pretty much the consensus of the live, man. We got some people up here that's B1 today, man. I didn't catch many compromised need to grows up here today. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, someone brought up Jonathan Majors. Jonathan Majors is just like one of many black men. And even with Jonathan Majors being put out there and being publicly lynched, black men will still engage in this behavior.
Because black men, some black men, because we don't want to talk to them as if they're a monolith, but black men that feel like they can gain acceptance by the white supremacist power structure, align themselves and show their allegiance to that power structure by getting it through the white woman. They think she accepts me, so maybe her people will accept me, you know. And then that's really what the role of the white woman is, because in that situation, the white woman is the aggressor. I know that's hard for a lot of us who hold personal responsibility and personal accountability in high regard. It is on us if we end up in a situation like that. You can't expect the black community to come and put on a cape and try to save you, Jonathan Majors. But the role of the white tea woman has been consistent throughout history. It has been to uphold the system of white supremacy. In fact, there's a scholar that talks about how the white tea woman is responsible for white supremacy existing in the first place. It was a hostile environment for her when white men in Europe would go to war and fight each other so much, and it was her idea to unite her household based on the idea of race. And this is something that Dr. Tommy J. Curry talks about. But long story short, white women have their job in white supremacy is to do kind of like this brainwashing trick where they teach you not to have an allegiance towards your own community. They do this to the man by saying, I love you, other white people can love you too. And look, to the man accept you by saying, I love you. Oh, you got an echo, sister. But yeah, they do this to the man by saying, I love you, so other white people can love you too. And look, we can accept you. Look, you're accepted. They do that. They try to do it. The men in their femininity try to do this to the women, but this is something different. We can talk about that. But then the white tea woman. So when that happens with the black man, he now is not. He can't be radical and say, all of you Boers need to leave South Africa. He can't say that now because he's married to one. So what's in the best interest of his community, he's now compromised because he has to think about his family. He has to think about his wife at home. He has to think about her family. If I could press a button right now to unalive all the races and understand that I know that all white tea people are inherently racist. So if I were to press a button that could unalive all the races in the world, I could happily press that button. My wife is sitting right next to me. She a black woman. We're gonna have a black family, and I could just press that button. And I understand racism would still exist as a construct because all the white supremacists disappeared on the planet. Black people would still have their internalized racism that we would have to deal with, or internalized anti-blackness. But they compromise our men. Then what they do to the black woman is they say we're sisterhood based on our sisterhood.
Feminism.
Yeah, we're feminists. That's right. So based on our sisterhood, we both suffer from those evil men. and my oppressor is your oppressor. Let's band together. We're women. So now the black woman starts to view the black man the same way the white woman views the white man. Understanding that, not taking out the nuance that when the black man is misogynistic towards a black woman or sexist or perpetuates harm onto black women, that he's really doing that to himself. And that, hold on, Anwar. I'm gonna let you go after me. But yeah, so when he does that to the black woman, he's just mimicking his oppressor in the hostile environment that he was raised in with self-hatred. So that even comes from the white man. But so now she's convinced the black woman to not have an allegiance towards black men because now you can blame black men for your oppression as well. And then what the last thing I'm gonna say is what she does to the child is when a black woman has a child by a white T man, the black woman still tells the child, you're black. She raises the child in the culture of black people. The child usually has a little bit better chance of having some knowledge of self, some pride in their community. However, when a white T woman has a child by a black man, she tells the child, you are biracial. She tells the child, you are not like me. As opposed to the black woman who says, you are like me. We're in the same social group. We're in the same, ethnicity. We are the same. But when it comes to the white woman, she says, you're biracial. You're black and white. You have both sides. Even though they might have a white parent, but they don't got a white side. The other side don't accept them. They got a white parent. The black side will accept them, but she's taught that child not to associate themselves with that community because they're biracial. You're different. And so white women's role has been consistent to keep us from coming together and feeling an allegiance towards working together towards our liberation. Um, Appreciate you, Sister Fatima. Do you have anything else you wanted to say before I go to Anwar?
No, and the one thing that I'll say is white women have shown time and time again that regardless of what white men put them through, they will stand in allegiance to white men. And white men have a history of doing treacherous things to white women. Black men have not done even a quarter of those things to black women, yet we want to go against our men. And that is our fault. That is 110% our fault as black women for standing with these women against our men. These women used to have our men lynched. They used to have our men beaten and raped, and we have the nerve to stand in solidarity with her, or this fake sense of solidarity with her, which is really her using us for her own agenda. And then once she gets what she wants, she goes back and aligns herself with her man.
My
And
wife wants to know, are you married?
no, I'm not.
She's talking like you got a man in your life somewhere.
No. I was like,
Yeah, tell me.
I was raised like, I was raised in a 2-parent household, so I was raised to be a wife. One day.
Okay. All right. Well, I heard that,
One day.
sister. You keep that self-love and nuanced understanding of the relationships between black men and black women. Not to say that black men don't do harm, because again, they are mimicking their oppressor. But that was a good read, and it's good to hear that from a sister every
Yeah,
now and
and
then.
another thing.
Go ahead.
And another thing black women have got to stop doing is calling out black men in public. Like, we need to learn how to call out our men and correct their behaviors in private. Don't publicly, like, in public, defend him, but then in private, correct his behavior.
That's a fact. That's part of the B1 code, and that's that goes for all black people. We're not supposed to be correcting each other in public. I seen a video of the white woman who said the N-word in a TikTok video, and people found out she was Jewish. And so, she spoke in that video, and the clan ancestors, the clan folk, loved what she said until they found out she was Jewish. And then they start arguing. And I'm in the comments, I'm like, well, I'm enjoying this. Go ahead, tear each other up. I'm like, yeah, go
White
ahead.
on white crime.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. And then I said, this is how they feel when they see us fighting with each other. And we shouldn't be doing that, giving them ammunition. But I'm gonna go to Anwar. Go ahead, brother. You was gonna say something.
Actually, brother, it was a total accident. I pressed the button by accident. It was I was trying to press it back so quickly. But I'll let somebody else speak. I go after that person because I really just pushed the button by accident. But let
Okay.
somebody else go that haven't went, and I go after that person.
All right. Thank you, family. House Sway, you've been up here for a minute, man. Could you give us your age? Actually, you've been up here today, right?
Yeah, I was here earlier.
Oh yeah, go ahead, talk to us.
I really was gonna ask you a question before, but the conversation didn't evolve past that. The question I was gonna ask you was, if you were single, would you date a reformed divester?
Would I date a reformed divester?
Would you date or get a relationship with a reformed divester? Because I was having a conversation with one of my homies. He's Haitian, and he was
Mhm.
like, he wouldn't because a black woman who dated a white man at one point in her life and found out grass wasn't greener in the other side and decided to come back in the future. It's like he's gonna look at her sideways, basically. And that was his stance on that. And so I was just wondering what you think on that.
Would I date? That's a good question. I feel like if I vibe with a woman, she is conscious. You know what I'm saying? I use the word woman intentionally. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't feel like everybody society calls woman as woman. I'm talking about the original woman. You know what I'm saying? The women. You know what I'm saying? Not the females. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about. Uh, I'm talking about the women that are the creator of all mankind. You know what I'm saying? If I was feeling that way, if I was feeling that way about a sister, trust me, uh, yeah, she's definitely shown herself. So
Yeah, I mean, but what if she did that in the past, but now she's pro black? Like now she's pro black.
I would say that's a wild jump. You know what I'm saying? So she would have to, yeah, right, bear proof. I would have to see evidence of that in not only talk now, because now you don't talk out both sides of your ass. So now I need to see action. So I need to see, are you part of an organized resistance? Some type of group where there's accountability. Like I would need to see where her parents are from. You know what I'm saying? Where their head is at, what kind of environment she was raised in. Like all this other stuff comes into play at that point. But
Got
you
you.
need to do that for any black woman. You know what I'm saying? But you also can't, and that's another thing we need to stop doing is shaming our brothers and sisters for anti-blackness. Because if consciousness was the default state of mind for black people, then we wouldn't need consciousness. If everybody was pro-black, there'd be no such thing as pro-black. We'd just be black and happy.
True.
So we understand that inherently we have anti-blackness taught to us at a young age. So just because someone hasn't done that work early on, when you might know more, doesn't mean that they can't come to that realization later in life. And so we do have to give ourselves more grace. My goodness, especially on internet, I'll be seeing people trying to tear people up. There was a time, and I've said this in other lives. There was a time when I used to dip my toe in the mayonnaise. There was a time. There was
Really?
definitely a time. I wasn't dating her or bringing her home, but there was a time when in college I would play around and I like
Got you.
was that the brother legend that y'all know now? Absolutely not. I was not conscious of the predicament my people have fallen into. So now with more understanding, if I choose to go and talk like this on my live and have a powdered donut at night, that's something wild. But now that I've come to that realization, man, I'm disgusted by the thought of it. To be honest, even when even when they're quote unquote curvy. I don't know how many of y'all seen this Gracie Bond woman, uh, Bunny. I don't even if you haven't, don't look her up. My goodness, she she tried to make herself. She trying to make herself the modern day Sarah Bartman. White tea women are obsessed with the curves of Sarah Bartman, so they trying to be super curvy, and it's just and it was a little bit of a debate going on Twitter, but yeah, man, like even when I see that, it's like it's disgusting, man. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like I
Yeah.
couldn't do it. Now that once you know what I know. Ugh, it's nauseating.
They say
Family.
other than white men, white women also fetishize black women's bodies.
Oh yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, they hate us, but they want to look like us. It's crazy.
Right. Absolutely.
But yeah, I'm because my homeboy, his stance was pretty much like, I want my, he's a little funny. He said, I want my women a little prejudice, and I'm like, bro, you gotta give people grace. But I'm gonna talk to him. I'm gonna talk to him about it because
Oh
he's
no, he
like,
wild. He
yeah,
like a little stringent.
he a little extreme. I'm gonna talk to him about it. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna tell him.
I
But
hate
yeah,
it when black men try to say. I hate it when black men try to say that get having children with white women and getting it on with white women is some sort of get back for us, like some sort of way for us to get revenge or cure racism and all that. It's like they want to be rewarded by us for their fetish. You know what I'm saying? I've seen that type of behavior. It's very it's rooted in self hatred and a brother talking like that. I don't know. You might want to
yeah.
be
He,
careful.
he, yeah, he's saying that because if she's dated a white man before and she's doubling back now to be with a black man and being pro-black, that he's gonna find that a little weird and a little suspicious. That's why he's saying he
Oh,
want her to
oh, you
be,
saying prejudice towards white women?
yeah, no, as in he want them to be prejudiced from jump to be all black, all in on being with a black
Uh,
person from jump.
I mean, I think you know that's a that's an ideal scenario. I can see that, but at the end of the day, I can't blame that black woman.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because again, consciousness is not common early on. Like it, I've read a lot of books to get to where I'm at,
Gotcha.
and yeah, I had to find those books first. I had to find those scholars first. No, I found this. I found the elder that gave me the scholars. Then I found the books. Then I had to read the books, and now I'm at the level of consciousness where I could see white supremacy in the shape of my television screen. The phone I'm holding in my hand, I see white supremacy. I see it in the resources stolen from the Congo, free Congo. I see the I see white supremacy in the fact that the phone is shaped in a rectangle. Why the hell would you want to hold a rectangle in your hand all day? Why the hell isn't a phone shaped in a way that is naturally flowing into your hand and just naturally something easy to hold? Because white supremacists deem inhumanity an advancement in technology. They see it. The Yoruba people, Ifa had the first 256 character writing system. Their sacred math was included in humanity. Like it was an extension of humanity. Whiteness sees technical innovation as inhumane. They see robots versus humans. Like no, the robots we're supposed to be building is supposed to be an extension of our humanity, increasing what we're capable of as humans. So that's a whole
Right.
different other topic. But yeah.
Yeah, you've reached level 1,000 enlightenment, bro. But yeah, yeah. The other thing I wanted to touch on was I seen a video today from one of our sisters, and I'm a paraphrase, but basically she was talking about how we need to stop giving the word white supremacy power because we're feeding the delusion, if that makes sense. We should instead call it white delusion and call them white delusionists, if that makes sense, because they're actually not above anybody else. They're not superior to anybody else.
White inferiority.
Yeah, exactly. If that makes sense.
Well, Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. has a lecture where he talks about this. Um, Basically, his question to her would be, let us know how that works for you.
I
Let us
mean, I have
know.
to. I
Like
have
let
to.
us know if you think that superiority doesn't exist. If you think that these people don't control or influence all 10 areas of people activity in your life, and you're able to actually get some result from believing that way, and you're actually able to not be afflicted with, anti-blackness and racism in your daily life, then please let us know how that works. Write a book, and the rest of us will get down with it, because you know that's it. Just we haven't seen that work yet. Ignoring it or trying to change it. Superiority is being able to influence everything in your life. If if I don't know, we fail to realize that everything that we have is at the permission of the people that put us in bondage in the first place. Me having this platform is because a white man allows me to have it. Believe it or not. As much as
Can
I
I?
hate to admit that, it's the truth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I understand. What she's trying to say though is, in contrast to the rest of the world, not just here in America, but in the rest of the world, they're not like they're. If you think of it in respect to like population, they're not the majority in the world. First of all, and they don't control every part of the world either.
They do.
So if you think,
What part of the world
I
don't they
mean,
control, please?
they don't control Russia. They don't control North Korea. They don't
What do you
control the
call
AI.
Russian people? Russian people ain't white.
Yeah, they are, but they're not like part of the system. If that makes sense.
They are part of the system. They're just a different part
Yeah,
of the
I heard
system.
that's why they hate Putin so much because Putin won't like do what they're doing, like colonize, bomb countries and stuff like that.
The difference between America and Russia is the difference between Pepsi and Coca-Cola. So, y'all want to speak English? Y'all want to speak Russian?
Okay,
Because
our guy in Africa, right, Ibrahim? He's not under their control, so I think it's a state of mind. If we allow ourselves to,
Ibrahim
be
is
under
not under their control currently.
They
But
might
he's
assassinate him. I feel
but
like if they can't control him, they'll assassinate him.
Well, yeah. At this
right.
point, they've tried to do that multiple times. If they wanted to place the kind of sanctions that they place on Haiti, or that they place on Zimbabwe, or if they really saw him as some sort of uh, problem, we would see in the end how that works. But we are not Ibrahim Traore. The rest of the world is not Ibrahim Traore. And at the end of the day, if the United States wanted to drop one of what they dropped on Japan on Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore couldn't do nothing to stop him. And Ibrahim Traore ain't got the power to do what the United States did to Japan to the United States. So at the end of the day, when it comes down to who got the power, it's still the United States. It's just there's a pocket of influence where Ibrahim Traore has put up a resistance, and that's wonderful to see. But I mean, now we're talking about small pockets. Ibrahim Traore still speaks French, so it's like you
Yeah.
can't
What if
say they don't have an influence.
what if you add China to the mix?
China is a conduit for white supremacy as well, globally, because now we're getting into geopolitics. So if you want to talk globally, there's only two races. There's black and non-black. There's black and white. The Chinese are an extension of whiteness in that scenario. So if and this is outlined in the book by Dr. Chancellor Williams, The Destruction of Black Civilization. I encourage everybody to check that out. But he says, truthfully, there's only two races.
Yeah, I hear you, but I think I respectfully disagree though, because I think with this angle that you're looking at it is a bit pessimistic, and it diminishes like
It's reality. You heard my wife.
I know.
If reality was drum and glum and gloom, then were we not supposed to look at reality because it
Yeah,
sounds pessimistic? The 10 areas of people activity is something that's been studied. I'm not going to believe somebody on a TikTok panel over doctors that dedicated their lives. A 94-year-old doctor that's been studying racism since your grandparents was probably not even born when he was writing books. And he's still alive today. And you know what I'm saying? Someone that's dedicated their life and studied and got a whole doctorate, wrote books after book after book, and I'm not supposed to believe because Ibrahim Traore put up a resistance that the white supremacy is not uh, influenced all 10 areas of people activity. That is nonsense. In all of Africa, white supremacy is still a power. In all of South America, and yes, in Asia, there's other versions of what you would call white people. It's just white people would disagree that they are white. But in the grand scheme of things, you put them, yeah, they right behind them. They're the same anti-African people, just with squintier eyes.
I
The
mean,
damage that China has done to Africa is not as great as the European, but I mean, like we're in the
I'm
oppression
not.
Olympics when it do that.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that the fact that we can put up a resistance proves that they're not superior to us,
I'm
and
not
we have
saying
a
that they are, but I'm saying that white
okay.
supremacy does exist. That's where what you're saying is dangerous because white
Okay.
supremacy doesn't mean that they're actually superior. White supremacy means that we cannot move around freely without a threat of violence. Just because Ibrahim Traore is able to move around freely in spite of violence does not mean that white supremacy is not still trying to take this man out. Every 2 weeks, I hear about a coup. So just because he's able to maneuver in spite of people trying to unalive him does not mean that white supremacy does not influence him. White supremacy influenced that man every time he walk out his front door. I guarantee you. He got to think about some white man somewhere trying to take him out.
Yeah, that you're right. That makes sense.
All right, let me. Oh, go ahead. You got something else?
No, I'm gonna just hold off for now.
All right, let me go to the next guest. Lyric Cal, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Yeah, age, race, pronouns. Age 26, race black, and pronouns he, him.
Talk to us, brother.
Um, I like this question that you have because it makes me think about like when you think about love, and what that even means is like there's a lot of different definitions of love, but I mean either way, regardless, I don't think that love in general can even exist in an interracial relationship, for one. um Two, i think it's i think it's I think it's insane to even think about love in an interracial relationship because when you think about it, it's like, for one, black people as a whole already have like generational curses that we have to break down and go through and unpack and whatnot. But it's like, if we got generational curses, what do you think they got? It's like in my head, I feel like it's interesting to even think that a YT person or anyone that's not black for that matter could just not have the type of unpacking that they need to go through just off of what's been experienced in history. Like it just doesn't make sense to me. Um like when you like cuz like when you think about it, it's like they literally had picnics where they seen our people just having a casual day, seeing our people being unalived and dismembered and all types of like insane work. Like it's like the level of where somebody's mental state can be and how that goes through to like through their generations of them is like I don't even understand how you can even like put yourself in that situation. Like it just doesn't make sense. That's for one. For two, it's like the other thing that I like that I think about all the time is that when this is something that that me and my mom, we always talk about this a lot, like because if when I was younger, my mom always made sure to tell me like I better not bring no white tea girl home, like that was like almost ingrained in me, like but like the other thing that I find funny is like I don't understand how people cannot think like, yo, what would your ancestors think? Like your ancestors were literally like pretty much going, not pretty much, but we're going through hell on earth with behind these people. And for you to even get into a relationship with their what you call it, their seeds
Offering, yeah.
is insane to me, because like I feel like that's literally you spitting on your ancestors' graves in a sense. Like
Hmm.
I can't I can't I can't understand the logic behind it. It I don't know. I think sometimes for me it's like common sense really ain't common, but this is something that like even before I became more conscious, it was just something that I thought about. Um, and this brings me to my next point. The fact that people can even feel like they have friends within these other communities is also another level of this like disconnection to reality, because it's like when you go through life and you notice all these things going on, and I watch your lives a lot, so I've it was something you said that I ain't even gonna hold you, like I'll tell this to other people just because I love this whole that concept of the 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 kitchen utensil and the family and
Oh wow,
unliving the
I haven't
family.
used that one in a while. Yeah, the
Yeah, but I
the cake.
yeah, the cake. Ah, man, I love that because it really puts everything into perspective. And it's like when you really get down to the details, it's like really understanding. And another thing that I've gotten from your live is it's like understanding like, yo, we're still in this situation. It may look a different way, but we're still in the same situation.
Yup.
And for you to really think that there's people out here that might act like that really see what's going on, and they haven't made no movements in their own like communities, nothing like that, to like bring awareness about what's happening in society is like insane to me.
Hmm.
Like I can't I can't understand. Well, I do understand it. This that actually brings me to my other point, the whole individualistic mindset. So one thing that I've came to realize is that they and I hate that, like, that I'm even saying this, but like they made this system perfectly to make to make people the way that they are, because it's like we live in a society that we're constantly thinking about what our next how what our next move is going to be. We're living day to day, check by check, and like really having to like literally go based off of what am I gonna do for my next move. Like everything is very individualistic, and it's like they did that shit. My fault. They did that stuff on purpose to really keep people in a separate mindset, in an individualistic mindset. So it's like when you think about it, in our own community, just to think that the reason why we can't come together is because there's so many individualistic people, and because there's so many people going through what they're going through on a daily basis, so they can't think outside of what's going on with them. What the do you
Mm-hmm.
think these other people are thinking? Like they don't give a like they don't care. They don't care. They
Mm-hmm.
got their own stuff to worry about. They
Mm-hmm.
like so it's like it don't make sense to even feel like you could find any type of friend. And me personally, like how I think of my friendships is I don't think of my friendships as like just friends. Like if you a true friend to me, you're family. And that's just how I go about my life. So it's like I can't have nobody in my family that I know at the end of the day they benefit off of this whole system. Like it was something y'all was talking about before. um my fault. My brain really just be like scattered. I'd be really
Yeah.
analyzing a lot. But what was you and How Sway talking about? At the end of the day, um every other community outside of the black community, and I mean the black diaspora, every other community to some extent has benefited off of our oppression in one way or another. Like, and it just you can see it through history. You don't even really have to even look at history. You just look at what's going on now. Like it's just it really just takes you really just have to take the time to really just look at what's going on around you, what's happening day to day, and you would understand what's actually going on.
Yeah.
um like oh I be making notes because y'all
Yeah.
it be so much said, so I'll be like jotting down what I be wanting to touch on. um just the whole fact of like what's going on in media. Like I like to watch movies and shows. Like I just like watching a lot of different things to see the mindsets of of society, because
Yeah, me too.
how
I do.
I
Yup.
that's how I like analyze what's going on around me.
Psychoanalyze. You can see it. Yeah.
Yeah, so like in media, you can like clearly see that they try to put certain things in media to make things look a certain way, like the whole interracial relationships. And like it's like so specific. Like it'll be the light-skinned black woman and a white tea man. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's bro, like, and funny it's funny to me that people don't be realizing, because it's so obvious. Like it's constant. Like you can see it like all the time, and it doesn't make sense to me, like how people don't really pay attention to these things.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like as a community, as the black diaspora, we really have to find love within our community, within our people, to truly get to where and this is just how I believe, like how I look at the world, and how I view um cuz in my opinion, I feel like um God is this is just my views, but like I feel like God is within us and within the world, like, and that's just how I view it. And I feel like when you think about what's needed for for the world to be at a better state, it what is needed is for the Black diaspora to find true love within our community,
Yeah.
and that's what's going to heal the world. um that's how I feel. That's what we need. That's what's going to heal the world. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, I be feeling so like pessimistic about everything, because of how much I be taking in and how much I be like analyzing the people around me, because like it's so much hate, and that hate really like is rampant.
Hmm.
It is so rampant.
Yeah.
Um,
Absolutely.
but yeah, like I really got a lot more that I want to say, but I'm going blank. But yeah, that's
Right. No, you added quite a bit to the conversation, brother. I appreciate you dropping them gems on us. It's good to hear a young brother that sound like you doing the work. You know what I'm saying, and it's good. It makes the yeah. I found that a lot of people that consume my content are in the 55 and up club. To be honest, 45 and up for I think about
yeah,
90% of people,
yeah. I've heard
and
you say that before. Yeah.
yeah, so I know it warms their hearts as well to hear, my generation and your generation, young people still carrying that baton. You know what I'm saying? Because it seemed like they trying to wash consciousness out,
Mm-hmm.
and
Most definitely.
yeah, and to speak to what you were saying too, you know, when we give ourselves willingly to our oppressor who created an environment hostile to us, who created an environment where justice is replaced with injustice, without first making sure that they create an environment for justice and safety for us, we reward injustice. We reward
Mm-hmm.
an environment hostile to us
Mm-hmm.
by
Mm-hmm.
giving ourselves freely. Our mind is an asset, our body is an asset, our ability to create and execute is an asset. When we give this to those that are purveyors of injustice without first making sure justice is readily available around us, and by justice, beyond police brutality, justice means when you see wrong or harm has been done, whoever has been harmed the most gets the most repair, and that whenever harm is done, there is a something to add as a reaction to that harm, a healing. You know what I'm saying? A repair. So we don't live in an environment where there's a repair for anything that happens to us that is harmful, and without first making sure we're in that environment to just still give ourselves, they haven't improved. Wage disparities. You know, between black women and white women. A white woman with a GED gets paid the same as a black woman with a master's degree. A
Mm-hmm.
black man, 1 in 3 black men will go to jail at some point in their lifetime. 1 in 1,000 black men will be unalived by a police officer.
Yeah.
All of this going on. They haven't improved justice, but we still sitting here ready to give ourselves up because a man named what's his name? What's his name? Jacques. I forgot his name. Jacques. He's a somebody knows. He's a French. He was a French philosopher that created the idea of romanticism, which tells you on an
Oh yeah.
individual basis Whoever
Mm-hmm.
makes you feel happy is the person you're supposed to be with. And that's individualism. I think Sway wanted to say something to you,
No, they
Sway.
preach that to us, but they don't preach it to each other.
Oh yeah, right. They don't marry for love. I know that's right. They don't marry for love. They marry for money. That's why they after all them rich black men. That's why they after all them rich black men. Go ahead, Houseway.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, would we have been better off segregated or desegregated?
Segregated is the wrong term for that. When you see um a movie like Halloween and you see a white woman running away from Freddy Krueger or something, you don't say that woman is segregating herself. You say that woman is separating herself from someone that means to do her harm. So the black community is best separated from our oppressor. Absolutely. We running from Freddy Krueger. We ain't looking, that's not the same thing as segregation. Segregation is when you starve a community of resources and hoard it all to yourself. So we don't have resources to be hoarding. We just want to get the hell away from our oppressor. That's completely different.
Okay. What do separation look like? Does it mean being under the United States but having our own space?
Separation looks like self-determination, meaning that we determine our environment. Right now, we don't have the ability to determine our environment in the United States because Africa has been so colonized that they don't have the military might to back Black Americans up should the U.S. mistreat us. If U.S. mistreats Chinese people, they're going to pass that anti-Asian hate or that Asian hate crime bill. They're going to pass that real quick. They're going to pass that anti-Semitism bill. They're going to make sure that y'all not speaking up about these Zionists because that's anti-Semitic. So they're going to pass that anti-LGBT bill. They're going to make sure that everybody's well protected, but they're not going to make sure black folks is protected because America doesn't do business with our homeland. America does business at our homeland. So we don't have the economic power outside of the United States to demand justice here in the United States. So the first step to us having that separation is for us to come together and figure out how we can build up Africa and restore Africa to her place in the world.
Speaking of that, brother legend, what do you think the future of that looks like? You know, with the motherland being able to sweep out all of that trash that's over there. What does that look like? I mean, Abreem, he started Mr. Toure, he did good, you know.
He doing it.
But
He
like you
doing
said, you know, every month or so, or probably even less than that, you know, there's an attempt on him, you know, at
it.
every
Mm-hmm.
turn. You know what I'm saying? And like I told you before with that, I think we all, everybody around the globe, all of us, it doesn't matter, you know what I'm saying, where we landed at, where we were, we need to rally to the king, man, because
Yeah.
he's embarking upon something that will change the economic landscape of the world.
Yeah.
If they could get everybody out of there, you know, then we can play on the field. We don't need them over there. You know what I'm saying? We ain't never needed
Nah,
them. You
Africa don't
know,
need nobody.
no, we don't need them for nothing. You know, and we know that. You know, but again, you know, what do you see? Do you see more people besides the big three? That's what I call them. You know, the big three. Do
Yeah.
do you
Yeah.
foresee anyone else? I mean, do you foresee the African Union coming to the table? You know, aside from
Mm-mm.
the rhetoric that they've been talking, you know what I'm saying,
Oh.
they're making it sound like he's some kind of outlaw because, you know, he's against, you know what I'm saying, all of this mooching that's been going on for forever.
Mhm. Yeah. So my view on that, on as far as Pan Africanism, I'm a Garveyite, and as far as vision for the future, the Organization of Afro American Unity, founded by Malcolm X on June 24th, 1964, basically is the foundation for the link in my bio, B1 Initiative Foundation. That's our aims and objectives are a continuation of Malcolm X last speech. You know what he was talking about before he was taken from us. But long story short, uh, the future of Africa would just be a borderless Africa where basically like Khalid Muhammad used to say, black laws for black liberation for black people. So black laws, laws made by us, for us. And also when I say borderless, I mean like the United States. So basically it's like the United States of Africa. You can go from one place to the next. We have infrastructure. I'm not saying infrastructureless, but resources. Every natural element on the periodic table exists in Africa. That don't happen nowhere else in the world. So we could literally just be in Africa and be good and have everything. Everyone needs Africa. Africa needs no one else. So all it takes is for Africans to decolonize, come together, work together, trade with each other. Uganda has forests where they have trees that are great for making furniture. Uganda has less furniture than Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia makes more furniture with Ugandan wood than Ugandans have. How in the hell is that possible? Saudi Arabia is a goddamn desert. They don't
Right.
got no damn trees.
Right.
So this is and people next door to Uganda are not getting this wood because there's tariffs, there's language barriers, there's border patrol and all this to stop them from working with each other, working with their next door neighbor. Imagine if you couldn't get Maine lobster in New York, or you couldn't get a New York pizza in New Jersey. This don't make no sense. This is backwards. So fixing all of that is what it looks like. And Ibrahim Traore creating the coalition, the AES, with Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso is an example of what the United States of Africa would look like.
Yeah, let me interject real quick. What if we had the same
Go ahead.
thing going on down here? Like let me expand on that. So, what if we had that kind of coalition that the AES has right here, in the sense that African Americans, the Haitians, the Caribbeans had that kind of thing going, and I know that here we don't have like a spokesperson or anything like that, but we should have one, and that spokesperson, that person should be the one that goes to say someone like Ibrahim Traore or the AES, and build relations with them, and relationships,
Yeah.
and align with them, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Would that work, or would that be
How
ridiculous?
it works with the diaspora would be basically how Zionism works. You know, even though we're not on the continent of Africa, we're still seen as African citizens. And yeah, having a spokesperson, all of that would come naturally, I would assume, because we are a structured people. Like they try to make it seem like we're a bunch of savages that don't got no structure, but yeah, we would have a spokesperson and representatives for each part of the diaspora, and just like Zionists do, they got Jews from Germany, Jews from London, Jews from America. They get together and have their meetings about how they're going to continue to oppress Palestine, like so in the Congo. So yeah, yeah, we would do the same thing.
Yeah. I read that letter from Leopold. There was a brother
Mm,
that was on here. Listen, man, legend.
mm,
When I read
yeah,
it, right, it did something to me, man.
yup,
It did. That letter, I didn't believe at first when I heard him talking about Leopold, I was like, man, let me go see what this cat's talking about. And I
mm-hmm,
actually went, it was a university. I found it online. It was a university over there that had it. And I ended
mm-hmm,
up pulling it down. And when I read what he said,
mm,
I said to myself from that point on, I said, this right here has been the playbook
mm,
right here.
yup.
Man, it was,
And then did you read the part we got to talk about Christianity?
yes. Don't
Yup.
teach them. Yeah, don't teach them you know what I'm saying, about the other stuff. You teach them how to thrive in poverty, pretty much.
Mm. Yep.
Yeah, teach them how to embrace and thrive in poverty, and to
Hmm.
have nothing. I said, man, you got to be kidding me, man. That this man
Yeah,
actually
that
wrote that?
that's the real Willie Lynch letter, and then he
Yeah, it
got
is.
pictures standing. He got pictures standing next to corpses and children with their hands cut off. He incentivized a system where black people's hands was a form of payment for ammunition to fight his wars.
Leopold?
So, yeah, basically, ammunition was expensive back then, and they were using it on Africans. So what Leo decided to do was, if you used ammunition, you better have some hands to show me that you unalive somebody, so that way no one is wasting ammunition. So I send you out with two bullets. You better come back. If it's not in your gun, then you better come back with two hands. And long story short, eventually people would chop off the hands of Africans when they use those bullets to go hunting or something else, or use those bullets for something else. They would just find an innocent African person, say they bumped into him or something, say they tried to accost them at some point, and then chop off their hands. So
Wow.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I still got that one, man. Man.
The most evil person that ever walked the earth. We talking. He unalived so many Congolese people that they said that one of the chiefs that was even working with him asked him to please stop because he went back to his village and nobody was there. He went back to his village, everybody was gone. 30 million.
And don't forget, y'all, he was chopping off hands when they didn't come back with enough rubber
Right. That's
Yeah,
yeah.
from them
Oh yeah.
trees.
That
Don't
yup.
forget that.
Yeah.
Don't forget that because
They
he was chopping hands
incentivized.
off when they didn't come back with enough rubber because
Yep. To take your hand.
yeah, they was taking hands. Yep, sure was.
Yep.
That
I,
was
di-
a
I didn't.
form, and they would take not your hands, but one of your loved one's hands. That's why you seen so many kids with missing hands.
So
And then
that
these
that was
clowns
the
still got
was that
statues
the
of him up.
incentive?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the whole incentive. Like, man, you don't come back with enough rubber. I'm taking your kid's hand. You come back the next day. I'm taking your wife's hand. You came back the next day. Now you ain't got enough. Now I'm taking your hand. You still going back out there to work tomorrow. You come back without enough, even though you got one hand. I'm taking a foot.
In the name,
Mm.
in the name of Jesus.
Yeah,
In the name of
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. I mean,
Yep.
you know, I don't want to sit here and play games with nobody. You know what I'm saying? I know we are the children, the real children of the Most High. I know we are the Heavenly Father Jews. I know that we are the Hebrews, the real Hebrews the Bible speaks of, the real ones. You know what I'm saying? I know that for a fact. That's who we really are. You know, so you know, and that's the reason. That's one of the reasons why the world is confederate against us, cause they
Mm.
mad. Cause don't forget, the Heavenly Father gave that choice to all the nations, but all the nations already had they deities and they false gods, and they turned it down. Israel didn't. Like he told us, I didn't pick you because you was the strongest. I picked you because you was the weakest, and y'all was willing to follow my laws, statutes, and commandments. So you think about that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't want to get way off topic, but we are the children of the book. You know what I'm saying? And they gonna have to really answer for all that stuff they did. I mean, he did. Leopold is dead now, so he already answering for his brutality. You know what I'm saying? Cause you just can't murder and kill and think no consequences is gonna happen to you on this side or the other. You just can't do it. You can't. You can't do it. You know, all the killers I known in my life that kill people and they didn't truly repent and try to stop.
Be,
You know, get out of that.
bro,
Would you,
brother, be
oh,
careful saying they can't do
my
it.
bad.
Yeah.
All the people that unalive people that I know, and they didn't go and repent and try to, you know what I'm saying, make it right with our Father. Where you think they at now? Next to the person they killed. They're in the grave. I mean, they ain't unalive. They in the grave too now. You know what I'm saying? So, he's not playing around. You know what I'm saying? And this old fluffy, uh, uh, you know, Jesus that they try to give us, that's not the case. You know, the old fluffy and soft. You know, the more money you give, you know, the Father gonna bless you. The more riches you're gonna have in heaven. You know, that's not how it works. That's not how it works at all. You know, so and then don't forget we've been brainwashed for a long time, and they did a study, right? They did a study on children. They say all the children in school, right? The ones who made like the A, B's and got good grades and stuff like that in school, them was the ones that they loved the most because they knew that they was gonna be able to they was gonna follow along with the system. The ones that didn't do that and always got F's and D's and maybe a C here and there, they knew that consciously that that they brain unconsciously, unconsciously, that they brain could not take that lie in that they was trying to sell to them to us at that time. So
The outliers in school always turn out to be the most successful.
yeah, what I'm saying, because we couldn't, because our unconsciously, our brains wouldn't accept that lie. It just wouldn't accept the lie that they was trying to give us and tell us. So our brains unconsciously, and they said it's an unconscious thing. Kids don't do it off of just knowing that they do it. It's something in them that's unconsciously that they doing, that they don't know that they doing, but they're rejecting it because the information is not, it don't sound right. It's not the math ain't mathing.
Okay, so it's a subconscious thing.
Yeah. It's not like you doing it, but in reality, your brain is like shutting down because, like I said, the math ain't mathing. You can't tell me 2 + 2 = 6. Yeah, my brain ain't gonna allow you to. My brain is not gonna. It's not gonna accept that. Because the
It's on a
math ain't
higher,
mathing.
yeah, it's on a higher frequency.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, I had read a study on that, and I was like, whoa. I said, man, okay, that's the reason why I hated school. That's the reason why I didn't get really good grades in school, because my brain wouldn't accept these lies, these false narratives that they trying to show us. Because I
Then
used
they
to
start
always
talking
wonder.
about,
How do they show us we come from an ape, then a half, I mean a monkey, then a half somewhat monkey, and then somewhat a hairy man, and then all of a sudden we human evolving, right? I don't believe in evolution because if it was a such thing as evolution, things would
right,
still things would still be evolving. It would still be. Why would monkeys want to stop all of a sudden evolving? Why wouldn't monkeys still be doing the same thing?
right,
Evolution don't have a time clock to turn off.
right.
Oh
Yeah, why
yeah, we
wouldn't
got
humans
enough humans
themselves
now.
evolve?
Yeah, we got enough humans now, so we gonna turn off evolution. It don't work that way, dude. That just sounds stupid. It just sounds stupid. So, like I said, the kids that did that, what I'm saying, they knew that they couldn't be manipulated as easy as the kids that got the A's and the B's and was real attentive in class and raising their hand all the time. they love them type of kids because they know that they gonna go along with the program no matter how many lies they feed them. They gonna still accept it.
Yeah, the conformity.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They was gonna conform. So they knew they had a good worker on their hands in a minute. They knew they
Yeah.
had a good robot worker on their hands in a minute. You know, when they got of age, they knew, oh yeah, this gonna be the one that's gonna be, out here making all my money for me. You
Hey,
know,
well, you know what the old saying is: if you can trick them, you can beat them.
yeah, for real,
Yo, I
for
got a
real.
question for Bro Legend if he's still there.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Yeah, I was gonna ask you, what's the function of the gangs? Like, what was their function? And now that they're united, all thanks to Kendrick Lamar, what is their new function?
Their function is to create an environment of protection for specifically young boys who are faced with injustice. So there's no justice for young black boys. Um, Somebody got a I think it's Anwar. Could you mute?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't have my thing on mute. I'm so sorry, brother.
You good, brother? But yeah, so Dr. Francis Cress Welsing again talks about this. Basically, the reason gangs form in you know, countries that are falling apart and crumbling and crumbling communities is because young boys, when they have no father in the home, lose that protector, and they don't have protection, from hostility. So they don't have justice, they don't have protection, and they come together and form gangs because they basically make a pact to protect each other and protect each other from oppression, whether it be economic or police or other people that mean to do them harm, other gangs.
Yeah.
So that's the reason gangs form. White supremacy deems black men the number one threat. However, the war on African people has always been waged first and foremost on black boys. Boys are the ones that get it the worst. Um, you know, an example would be even in relationships. In the black community, 105 boys are born for every 100 girls. So there are more boys born every year in the black community than there are women. However, girls, but by the time they become men and women, by the time they turn 18, there is one available bachelor for every two available bachelorettes. So where did all the boys go? Um, that's white supremacy operating. Mass incarceration, unalive before the age of 25, the prison industrial complex, the military industrial complex, and then, of course, something that would affect. I don't care how much love conversations about intersectionality. Being part of the quote unquote LGBT community does make someone no longer an eligible bachelorette for a black woman. So that is, not a too big of a factor, but it is a big factor in why by the time they reach the age of 18, the men are gone. And that's why black women are the least married women, because in places like Atlanta, for example, there's 5 women for every available bachelor, 5 bachelorettes. There's like we have too many single women, and that's why interracial relationships really doesn't make sense because there's 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 too many single black women out here. Like it's literally a problem. When this used to happen in Africa, marriage was not constituted by Christianity or religion and a bunch of bullshit. The gender roles and the family structure was dependent on the environment. So whenever men were at war and there weren't many men left, the women would double up and marry one dude, and that's why in West Africa you have the polygamy belt, where they still follow those traditions, where if every man can get as many, you get 2 3 wives, and
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're at that point of war where the men have been depleted in America, and yeah, so I hope that answers your question. There's a war on boys.
Yeah, it does. My thing is though is why can't the gangs, the black gangs in uh California, why can't they expand? Like, why can't they just like spread out and I guess protect the black community rather than letting us be picked off one by one by the police or whatever white supremacists that is out there, you know?
Because they're in survival mode. And when you're in survival mode, you don't think about the community, you think about yourself. So when you think about yourself, that means in America, that means you care about money more than you care about anything else. And so those are the people in gangs. We can't look to them as our protectors because they're in survival mode. These are victims of homicide. Like this is war. Like victims of trauma rather.
Yeah.
So yeah, like yeah, I know some people like to romanticize it and say that and it is true. Their epigenetics from being warriors in our tribe is
Yeah.
what gives them the that fighting spirit. But there's plenty of people with that fighting spirit that don't join gangs because they come from a two-parent loving home and had that father there as a guidance and a provider. So again, we can't look to those hurt people as our protectors. That's like saying that why don't strippers, most strippers in Atlanta, in places in Houston, in places where stripping is prevalent, are black women. So why can't strippers just start donating their money to HBCUs and helping fix Africa? No, because strippers usually end up on that pole because of trauma, because yeah, right. Yeah, why can't they at least help single mother? You see what I'm saying? It's like these are women that are in bondage, and in survival mode.
Yeah, that makes sense. The reason I asked is because now that they're united, maybe we could like channel their, I don't know, whatever else
You
they
feel
want to
like
do.
Kendrick Lamar really united them? Man, let me tell you, man. I know a lot of gangsters. Some of them brothers can't even read, man. I hear you. It was a good feeling, good sentimental moment. Kendrick Lamar and his music, they'll go and have a good time, and that's really great. But you're not gonna forgive somebody that unalived your brother, or your mother's, did something to your baby mama,
Mm,
just because Kendrick Lamar did a song dissing Drake.
yeah, that makes sense. It's wishful thinking on my part. I was just throwing it out there.
Malcolm X said the day that the gangs in America, or the the streets align with the Liberation Front, is basically, he said it was the white T man's worst nightmare. Because that's what Tupac was kind of trying to hint at with Thug Life. He was, Tupac was on his way to becoming a revolutionary, and that was his kind of like his plan was to wake up the gangs to turn them towards the oppressor. But nah, the gangs, these are men that are complicit. They've decided to do what's in their best interest, even at the behest of the oppressor. You can't turn to a drug dealer and ask him to help the community that he's destroying. You know, but gangs and drug dealers are two different type of people. But yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
But yeah. All right, y'all. Well, this has been a good conversation, man. I've been up here 4 hours.
Hey. Oh.
Oh, go ahead. Thankful.
Is there
Dang. You ain't
where
say
is there an
nothing.
echo?
Go ahead, talk to his sister. Go ahead.
All right, I won't be long. Is there
No,
an
go
echo
ahead.
or is it good?
Yeah, no, you straight, sister.
All right. Okay, so I just wanted to talk about the topic.
Mm-hmm.
Can black people find love in interracial relationships?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely not. Under systems of oppression, it is extremely difficult even for black people to love each other. We can't even talk about black love without someone being offended. So how can we find love with anyone who contributes to our oppression?
Mm-hmm.
I wish we would stop using this the ideology of love and love is love, because it doesn't make sense to take the ideas of love from a group who has been the most inhumane towards us and others.
Right.
These white tea people don't even have the adequate pineal gland to have the capacity to understand humanity, let alone truly know what loving someone means.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm talking about a group of people who punished a white tea man for doing crazy acts to animals in like 1642. Even put the animals down too, as if it was the animals' fault for being attractive to that white tea man.
Mm.
But yet we're still fighting today to have justice, and we're human.
Right.
You know, I mean, and I'm just have to say this, you know, for all the tap tap, tappity tap, hit them with a split, bring it back up and smile for them people. I mean, it's about 12 generations, right? Without your parents. So this is just like in a span of just 350 years. That's give or take 4,094 ancestral black people. So
Mm.
think about how many traumas, grapings, and unalivings your own personal ancestral line experienced that led to your existence. And
Mm.
when you loving up all snuggled up close to your non-black person, think about how at least 4,094 people of their lineage committed those inhumane acts against your people,
Mm.
even stood there and watched.
Mm.
We are still being oppressed this very second.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
it. I'm
Well,
finished.
thank you, sister. And I'm so sorry that I didn't
And
chime in.
let me say one thing before you go.
Go ahead,
And
brother.
brothers don't think about when they do get with them white girls. You don't know her family history. They could have been slave masters. They could have been, you know, whatever they call overseers, whatever they call them, the people that was in the fields whooping them. So you don't know her history. So why put yourself in that position with that type of family? I just don't get it, man. I don't. I never got it as a kid, and I still don't get it as a grown man now. Why do y'all put yourselves in harm way, and then y'all want to run back to us for us to bail y'all out when y'all in trouble with them?
Mm-hmm.
When you didn't have to even be in that position. You could have just walked off. Have some, like I said, I'd be a liar. I would be an ungodly man if I say I never had fun with a white girl. Yes, I have, but I ain't never been to the movies with one. I ain't never been to dinner with one. I ain't never been out on a date with one.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a thank you, ma'am. You know, wham bam, thank you, ma'am. You don't even need my number because we ain't gonna even talk after tonight. we really not. So ain't no point in even exchanging numbers. Yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
my name. Yeah, just keep it at J. You know what I'm saying? Just keep it at J. That's it. Cause you ain't gonna know me after that. Because I don't have no urges or no feelings to want to contact you again. Period.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't. You know. So nah, man. Nah. I'm not trading my queens in for that. For an earning board. You know. I
Absolutely,
mean,
brother.
am I wrong, brother Legend, on that? I
Nah,
mean,
you
come
right.
on. You
We ain't
trading
doing
in
that.
you trading in all them curves, all that nice backside, all that all that thickness in the winter you can cuddle up with, you know what I'm saying, to be superly warm for a ironing board.
Mm. Paperback.
You know what I'm saying? Now you need 4 or 5 covers on you because you can't, give you no kind of body heat because
And
you're rubbing against a skeleton.
what's crazy is you could ask them when they say that they like black guys or they like black women. You could ask them why. They say, I don't know, I just like them. And then what we don't realize is they're acting on their own uh, intergenerational trauma, their epigenetics, where they grandmother, they great grandfather was probably essaying
Yep.
black people on the plantation. So
Yep.
that's they got the same generational curse and fetishization for black people, and and
Yep.
you and you just see it as, oh, they got a preference for black people,
Yep.
you know.
And also I seen that one video when that guy was going around asking white girls, who do you date black guys, or would you date a black guy? And this one white girl said yeah, and then he said, okay, why? She said because I know in the future my kids gonna need melanin in them to be able to survive on this planet. That was her exact words. I know my
Trust me.
kids gonna need melanin in them to be able to survive on this planet.
Man, they'll say anything, man.
You
That's
know,
crazy. Well, I
it
gotta
is
go, y'all.
crazy, but good one, brother. This was a good talk, man. Thank you for bringing me
Absolutely.
up again, brother. Man, you know how much I love your little show.
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
I ain't call it little. How much I love your show.
I
And
appreciate you, family.
thank you
Salute to
for
you,
always bringing
man.
me up and let me speak. I appreciate that, brother. I
Yeah,
really
yeah.
do.
Always. All right,
You have a
y'all.
blessed day, brother.
Yes, you too, brother.
Okay.
And to everyone in the comments, thank y'all for tapping like. Thank y'all for sending those gifts. Don't forget to join b1initiative.org. We got our meeting tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern, and 12 o'clock Pacific time. If join us, the Discord is, I said it right, Pacific time, right? Okay, but yeah, join us in the Discord. The link is in my bio, b1initiative.org. Go on the website, check us out, click join us, and join the Discord. Tomorrow we are watching. I'm not even sure what video we watching tomorrow. We watch videos of all the scholars so that y'all can see what my content is based on. I pride myself in my ability to self-correct, if I ever to make a mistake. But a lot of the reasons that y'all see me stand so firm on my content is because it's based on the teachings of the scholars that dedicated their lives to teaching us this. So the blueprint has already been laid. The foundation has been laid. It's just time for us to spread the knowledge and act. I appreciate y'all. That's why I say I'm here to raise your consciousness. Peace. Ashe to the ancestors and Black power, y'all. Peace.